Happy New Year, everyone, and thanks for joining us. Today I got something a little bit more special than usual, but this is a pre-recorded segment that we're going to play. It lasts almost 2 hours long, and then we'll start getting into channels like we usually do. Welcome to Tuber Chat. Whether you're working on your first 1,000, 2,000, or even 10,000 subscribers and beyond, you've come to the right place. We're going to introduce you to one of the most influential content creators that can help you to get your channel moving beyond your first 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. You probably recognize the creator I've brought into our special 900th episode of Tuber Chat because he's already joined us for our How to Get 10,000 Subscribers on Your YouTube Channel series of videos. So Lou from Two Pineapples, thanks for being here again.
Hi, thanks for having me, Kevin. Good to see you again.
Yeah, we talk very often, actually, and have built quite a friendship over the last over 5 years now. And I appreciate it, actually, so much so that I was deciding what to do for a 900th episode, and Lou and I have been talking about this for months, and one thing after another comes up. Life gets in the way. Every YouTuber has to go through that kind of thing while they're trying to build consistency. And literally over the last couple of weeks, a couple more things happened, and I gave up and said, sorry, Lou, we're not going to be able to do it. I just don't have the time, because Lou is taking off on a trip, and I'll ask you about that in a second. But it was him that pushed me and said, hey, even though I'm going away in 3 days, I will make time. We can do this. We can get it done. So we did, literally just at the last minute. By the time everybody's watching this, it's long before Christmas, but we were literally 3 days away from your trip. And I'm assuming you're going to get a lot of content for your channel there. So tell me about that.
Yeah. First of all, that whole scenario goes down to everything that's at the top of the list for being important as a content creator on any platform. If you try to go solo at this, it's going to be harder. So something that you and I have built over the years is just that ability to be able to call and send a message, ask a question to each other, and bounce off a crazy idea or some type of thought process to get us to that next level. And it goes all the way through every part of content creation or owning a business, having somebody support you and motivate you. So I knew how important, I knew how important this was to get out to everybody. And you know, I'm one that gets caught up in a million things as well. You know that, but you know, when we can, so we push it. So yeah, my trip's coming up here. You know, we only get off the island twice a year, and this is a family holiday trip to go over the Christmas holiday. Content creation is out there for us, but it's not our priority.
Right.
We don't that type of content is designed into the 2026 strategy that we have built. We're still in our 2025 build out and growth pattern. So we'll do a little bit of content to keep our subscribers, you know, updated on where we're at. And of course, we monitor the most active volcano on the planet 24 hours a day. I live here on the slope of it. So we will be actively monitoring it. And that does play into our content creation, because when it's about to erupt, we are on the camera live, no matter where we are, the side of the road, or at the last time we were coming home, it was erupting and we were live streaming from inside the airplane flying over the Pacific. So not just texting, but we're actually on camera talking about what's going on. So it doesn't matter where we're at. We're always doing a little bit of content creation. Just that's not the primary focus of our trip.
Right. And that's great. And I think that hopefully lots of people will find that inspiring, that, you know, we can pick up a camera and we can film anything, anytime. It doesn't have to be the priority, because there's enough in life that's going to come up. We don't need to have a million ideas. Things come off the cuff all the time. And hopefully everybody takes inspiration in that idea. First of all, the idea of our friendship, like I talk about, and the things you've said about the community. Like Lou and I have a friendship that's built where we literally will message each other randomly, or have conversations, sometimes as much as a couple of hours, literally bouncing ideas off each other and just talking about life. And, YouTube is a big part of everything, but that's what this community, Tuber Chat, has been all about. If anybody hasn't already seen the series of videos that talks about how to get 10,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel, I hope you'll go and watch that. The very first episode is where Lou joined me the last time, and that's where we talk about his channel, the fact that they had passed their 10,000 subscribers, which feels like ancient history now. And where is your channel at right this second compared to where we were the last time we talked?
Well, we're at 23,550 right now, and we're gaining about 500 a month on average. It goes up and down from there. The big number is December 23rd, 2024, right before our 2025 strategy was to kick off. We were at 19,300. So we've put on these numbers just this year, just based on running our YouTube channel as a business. We are Two Pineapples on YouTube, but our business is Two Pineapples Media. So we are across all boards, all platforms, creating content for our business. And so yeah, the 2023, 2024 strategies didn't work as well as we had hoped. So the rewriting put us at a different level, completely different level this year. And we went for it hard. That's how we went from 19,000 to probably at the end of this month, we'll be at 24,000.
I'm sure we're going to touch on a few gold little nuggets here throughout our conversation, but I hope a lot of people find that inspiring as well, to understand you can look back a year, 2 years later and say, hey, things didn't work as well as I thought they were going to, even though everybody here is probably going to be a lot farther a year from now than they thought they were going to be if you asked them today. But then you can rejig, you can pivot, you can come up with new ideas. But just to be clear, when you talk about the idea of strategy, you plan these out every year. What exactly do you mean by strategy? What exactly are you doing that people who are watching and listening right now can copy as an idea and set up a structure for themselves?
Well, when it comes to this type of strategy and business strategy, it's all about what my goals are. Are they going to be financial goals, or are they going to be view goals? Are they going to be subscriber goals? I had to look at what was more important for us, and money is always the top, because if we don't make money, we don't continue. We're a business.
Yes,
that's plain and simple. And then breaking it down into how are we best generating revenue? Is it through the subscribers? Is it through the views? Is it through something else on merchandise, maybe sponsorships? So putting all that together, the strategy was built on, yes, subscribers and view count, but more towards loyalty and dedicated viewers. Because even though there's almost 24,000, there are 1,000 to 3,000 that will bend time for us.
Right.
And that's the game changer in all of this. And at 24,000, there's 1,000 to 3,000 of those. At 50,000, there's 3 to 6, and it keeps going up from there. So when we built the strategy, we went hard on taking care of those who took care of us. Meaning we designed content around them. We built our live streams around what they thought was best, not for the entire population of who watches YouTube, but around our loyal subscribers. We built merch around them and focused on that. Customer loyalty, I think, in the long run, pays more than any type of view you can get.
Now, so let me cut you off and ask you then. Imagine somebody like many of the people watching right now. Some have just started their channels under 100 subscribers. They'll get their 100 soon. Obviously, a lot of people are on the way to 500. A lot of people are on the way to 1,000. Many creators have passed that because our community's evolved. We've got plenty of people into the thousands now, but everywhere in between. So, what do you think somebody can do today to
Yeah.
start thinking the way that you have, even if they've only got the first 100 subscribers or first 500?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I went off a little bit hard on on my level. let
No,
me
no,
let me
that's
pull it
good.
down. Let me pull it down a little bit.
Yep.
If I was to go back and I had 500 to 1,000 subscribers, I would look at January, February, March, those first 3 months of the year, and I would ask myself what I'm capable of doing. Can
Okay.
I build shorts to push more subscribers? Can I build long form content to build more views and revenue if I'm
Mhm.
monetized already, or if not? Or am I going to do live streams and hang out with people? What can I do? And maybe you're good. Maybe you can do a combination of all three. Maybe you just focus on one, with the second one coming in lightly. And I would build a schedule. I'm
Mhm.
live streaming these days. I am putting out my video shorts these days, and I'm putting out one form long content these days. And I would build the entire month of January, February, and March. And in that, I would track every single data point for it.
Okay.
I'm a tracker. I track every single number because I
Yeah.
want to be able to pivot if I need to. And that'll give you the opportunity to look at the next 3 months and do it again. When you're so small of a channel, you don't need to focus one whole year out. You can make drastic changes easily in 3 months. And
Yes.
it's great to be able to do that. At a larger channel, we don't have that opportunity any longer.
Mhm.
Um, but structure, and there's so many tools available to do that. You don't have to be good at it anymore. You can GPT it, you can Gemini it, and
Yes.
tell it, look, this is what I need to make every month, or this is how much time I have every month. Build my schedule for me.
Yeah. Yeah, these AI tools have really evolved. I don't even know if you and I spoke about it when we did the other interview because it's been beyond a year now. And I'm using ChatGPT every day. I experiment with the other ones. I play with Grok. I play with Gemini. Nano Banana, of course, is fun for
Hmm.
everyone and everything else. But yeah, ChatGPT has evolved so much that anybody right now can go. You can type it into Google and their thing just pops up for you,
Yep.
and these can be really helpful. So, what AI platforms do you focus on for your YouTube channel right now?
It all depends on what I need done. So
Mhm.
I use a multitude of them, all in combination. As I was sitting here waiting for you today to talk today, I was building the entire 12 days of Christmas shorts list
Mhm.
and videos, and I design and prompt and create my prompts in GPT. I use Gemini for my Nano Banana or Recraft for my images, and then I
Okay.
use Google Flow for my video AI creation. So
Wonderful.
I'm bouncing all over.
That's great. Because these AI tools, I think it's so overwhelming. I'm just imagining for myself because I like to experiment. I like to play around with these things, and I've heard of many of them. But some of the people that are watching may not, and they hear about ChatGPT, they hear about Nano Banana, but it can be overwhelming, and not everybody has an unlimited amount of time. You can't just sit behind a computer and like do this all the time, especially if it's not your hobby or
Right.
something that you really like. Lou mentioned the idea of numbers and tracking data points. That's something we have in common. I love numbers
Yeah.
and charts and graphs, and
All
I
day
know that
long.
people's eyes will glaze over if
Yeah.
they have to look at that too long. What I wish, and I've mentioned this a million times, is I hope everybody is looking at their analytics as much as you can stand. You don't have to be on it multiple times a day. You don't even necessarily have to be on it every day, but you have to look at it often enough to start to understand what the numbers and the graphs actually mean. You will start to read a story out of those numbers. And this is the kind of thing that Lou's talking about. Him and I do this kind of thing so we can see those things. I do the same thing with Tuber Chat in particular. I've not focused on my personal channel so much over the last year, or as long as it's been, and I passed my 10,000 finally. One of the things I actually wanted to mention to you, just this is way pivoting, no segue of any kind, is the idea of a plateau.
Mm.
Because in my personal journey, if I remember correctly, because I've been on for 8 years now, I started my channel about 7 years ago. What happened was I got into a situation where I gained a lot of subscribers very quickly. It's all legitimate, but it was newsworthy content. And that pushed me up from just over 2,000 to about 7,000. It went a little bit farther, and then YouTube purged and took a lot of the, you know, inactive accounts and things like that away. Got to about the 7,000, got back up to 9. So forgive the long drawn out story, but then what happened was it plateaued. I sat at 9,000 for as long as I can remember. Then eventually it started to climb because I started to put out more videos, and those push out the older videos. Now I'm obviously doing a better job than I was 7 years ago with those videos. So things are moving even faster. Got to the 10,000. I've done a couple of live streams, but I haven't put a video out over there, and I'm at a plateau again. It doesn't bother me because I know as soon as I make 4 more videos, the channel's going to start to move again. And I still get my views every month. I don't remember how many it is, if it's 20,000 or 30 or 50, you know, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
But how has plateauing, if that's even a word, you know what I
It
mean?
is.
You rise
Yeah.
to a certain level and then you
Yeah.
straighten out and it feels like forever. And then finally you start to move again. Has
Right.
that happened in your channel? If so, how
Absolutely.
often? And have
Mm.
you been able to do things to push it?
So yes, it's happened. I don't look at it as a plateau any longer.
Okay.
I look at it as an opportunity.
Okay.
It's my slap in the face that things need to
Mhm.
change.
Mhm.
And I sat at 19,000 for about a year and a half
Okay.
and never could get over that 20 hump, no matter
Mhm.
what I tried. And I don't know. I did not take the opportunity that was in my face
Okay.
until I did. That one morning, it just hit me like, okay, it's time to turn into some type of shock jock. Turn this into an opportunity and twist the channel a little bit. And
Mhm.
that's what I was able to do. And I just mentioned earlier that the small channels really have a better opportunity because they're not totally ingrained into a niche yet. Once you
Mhm.
get it at a certain level like we are, it's hard to cross niche and anybody accept it.
Okay.
YouTube just is not going to put that out there as well as you hope. But you can
Yes.
do some things, and I did. I found the way to cross niche and promote and totally shock jock my channel, if that makes
Okay.
sense. By meaning, most people will go out and when they hit a plateau, will start a second channel because they
Right.
think that they can better to start another niche over there. They can cross promote, and they're off and running.
Yeah.
The problem is you're just getting the same subscribers over to the other channel.
A lot of times.
You're not really getting more views in the
Mhm.
long run. It's not a substantial jump like you hope. If you're going in with 1 million subscribers or 350,000, yeah, you might be able to pull 80 over there if
Mhm.
you're lucky. Maybe.
Mhm.
But starting another channel that does something completely different but the same as yours, without you can be faceless now so easily,
Mhm.
and then cross promote between and grab people that don't even know your channel, get pushed out into an algorithm that you don't even exist in to
Mhm.
help cross promote and market and advertise within that channel. So that's
Okay.
kind of what I came up with on my own, to not the plateau but the opportunity to be able to get over that hump and accelerate.
So let me pause just for a second because I'd love if you could tell the story as if it was from the beginning. How, because I know I have a feeling I know exactly what you're going to say
Like when
right
the
now.
earth
You
when the
know
earth
each other
started
too well.
beginning.
No, I start the story of the change that you made to get over the plateau, that opportunity. Because I know what
Mhm,
you're going to say. Like I said, we know each other too well.
mhm.
But if you don't mind, let everybody know what you do on your channel that led up to that change.
So, I live stream 24 hours a day, sometimes two, sometimes three live streams at the same time of a volcano because I live on the slope of Kilauea. And there's a lot of people that run 24-hour live streams. And what I needed to do was to provide a daily update, or several times a week of a daily update of the volcano, to get out that information. Well, we're all doing the same thing if you're in volcanoes on YouTube. I needed a way to get people interested in my channel that aren't really necessarily into volcano channels, tourists, people that are just out scanning shorts. And so I came up with a plan to get into the shorts algorithm without destroying my channel with shorts, because you can overdo your channel in shorts versus long form content and live streaming, and then a 247 live stream. Those are 4 different things happening within one channel. It's extremely difficult to have them all successful. So in order to make the cross promotion, so to speak, happen and make it work, as I created the second channel, and it's a shorts only channel. And this is my daily field reporter. He can say things a little different in a funnier tone, more, he can exaggerate a little bit. He stays on point and on task, but in a more enjoyable way than always the hardcore scientific, down to the earth geology style channel that we are, that the most normal person on the planet doesn't understand to begin with. We have 1 million visitors coming over here a month, and 900,000 of them do not know what a tilt meter is, or a seismologist is doing. That's for my channel, but the channel that I created was for the average tourist, just to know the volcano is erupting. It isn't erupting. It's time to go. What's going on? Just a basic fun update. Now, what I did with that is, and this is something that you could do with your channel, is build it in GPT, everything that you want it to do, and then tell GPT when you're writing this to ask you questions, so that you can help develop it. GPT will help you develop it. You don't have to be smart. I tell my GPT all the time, talk to me like I'm 4 years old. I tell it that all the time, to slow the rhythm down and ask me questions so that we can build. And in that building is where we discovered that it is important to, after we get our title and our description and everything put in, to screenshot that, hit public, and then the first 60 minutes, the first 30 minutes, I'm screen capping and I'm putting it into GPT and recording those numbers. And in 24 hours, we have those numbers. So there are 2,200 views in 24 hours. The next day, I put that in there. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday. What was in the title that we could change? Do we need more keyword SEO type stuff going on in the title, the description, the hashtags, and start breaking it down? Now build my schedule for the time zone that I'm in and what time my viewers are watching. And here's my monthly layout. So that's what I did. And in that, it just went off the charts. I mean, my goal was to do 100 shorts, and I'd have a good testing number. So every single day, I woke up, I got it down to a system where I came into GPT, I did my custom GPT, and I said, let's go. Here's my overnight observations, build my script, build my title description, all my copy and paste. I just had to film it, post it, and track. Build, post, track every single day for 100 days.
And that is really great to hear, and something I don't think about when I talk about ChatGPT. I really don't talk about it that often. I just mentioned the fact that I use it, and anybody can write me a lengthy keyword-rich description of the travel video I'm going to do, or recipe I'm going to do, and ChatGPT will do it. It'll give you tags and hashtags if you want to use those and everything else. But it's wonderful to think that we can have a conversation. And you're right about custom GPTs. It's possible to make this within. You'll have to go to ChatGPT and see what I'm talking about to understand if you haven't used it before, for any of the people watching right now. But this kind of thing is becoming even more common. And then the idea of getting it to prompt you back is wonderful. So if I understand right, Lou, you're saying that it can be as easy as planning the title, the description, then getting the video out there, and then you're literally just taking your view count, your thumbs up count, putting it back into ChatGPT and saying, when you told me to do this, here's the numbers that came out. And then ChatGPT can start to get what I don't have a better word for than instinct to know, like,
Mhm.
okay, we tried something, let's do something that might perform better, because it understands you want to try to improve all the time. And you find that that's been successful for you, you say?
Yeah, 100%. And it's going to learn. It's going to start adapting to what you're doing, and you build with it. So as I progressed from day 1 to day 5, I stayed within the same. I didn't just do a new GPT. I
Mhm.
just stayed in the same one. I clicked on it every day. Every day I went to go there. So that after 5 days, I had this huge, long trail of
Yes.
information from building these 5 videos. And at the bottom, I said, build me all the information I need for my custom GPT, and build me the prompt to give you based on what we discussed and what you learned over the last 5 days, all the
Yes.
mistakes we made, all the errors that you found,
Mhm.
anything that I changed, making sure that you always write this in my tone, build me the prompt so I can put this in you. And
Right.
so what I did was I built a custom GPT, and then I made a PDF of that. I
Mhm.
started a Word doc, and I started collecting transcripts and other videos from other creators that are educators, and seeing what they were doing and promoting that was successful. And
Right.
I took those transcripts, put those into my doc, made another PDF, and started feeding that into ChatGPT,
Right.
training it, saying, look, these guys say this is successful. I need to do this, find a way from what we just did in the last 5 days to put this into our program, getting our
Mhm.
hooks correct, our timing right.
Yes.
Should we be at 7, 9, or 12 seconds for a video? When do we drop our logo or our splash screen,
Yeah.
based on what all these other professionals do? And I didn't just do that with the video creation. I did it with email sending, how to send my emails properly. Who's out there? Who's the best out there for writing emails? When do they send it? Found those guys, copied their transcripts, put it all into GPT. Did the same thing when it came to um, what was the next one, of like other social media posts, how to write on Facebook. Every post on a platform is written a little bit differently to
Yeah.
match that platform style. So
Right.
I started teaching GPT, and GPT is asking me questions on what we need to improve on as we go down
Mhm.
the road.
That's wonderful. And you really hit on something that I haven't probably mentioned at all, but something that I've started to do more and more. I probably do it almost every day now. When I want a serious answer out of ChatGPT, I ask it to write me a prompt for what I want to happen. And it seems to do it very well, if not great, just about every time. So if you put a simple request into ChatGPT and you say, give me a description for a travel video, then it will come back with a decent description, maybe better than average, let's just say, if we're lucky. And you can mention what place you're going to be reviewing or visiting or whatever. But if you say to ChatGPT, write me a prompt that gives me the proper lengthy, keyword rich description in a certain way for a travel video. Now it's going to give you, first of all, the prompt that you can punch right back in. Or what I do is I put it into a few different ones. I put it in Grok, I'll put it in Gemini or Claude or something else, and see the different things they come up with. And then you can compare as well. So all of this can be very overwhelming to anybody, but I'm hoping what everybody takes from this is there's so much. You can go back and obviously like rewatch pieces of this to see all the different things that Lou has said, because we go through this stuff pretty quickly. But imagine making one improvement in every new video, short, or live stream that you're going to put out. And you could do that, whether it's with ChatGPT or anything else. But the AI system, like I said, these things have really evolved. I'm amazed, and I'm not easily amazed by technology advancements because I've been in social media from the
Mhm.
beginning. But watching what's gone on in the last year is literally remarkable. And they're in a
And
race. It's like the Cold War race for
yeah.
AI now. And who's going to be the leader? ChatGPT had it, but I hear that Gemini is really taking over. But Lou's described the tools. When we talk about the second channel, if you want to mention the name of it, and then I'll link to it in the description of
Sure.
this video.
Big Giant Head.
Big Giant Head. He's had that as a bot account in
Yep.
Pineapples for as long as I can remember.
It's
too.
the best. It's
That's
the
a
best.
cool idea.
Yeah. If you have the means to have a custom name bot, it is a game changer for premieres and live streams. It's
right. And you said you use Botrix for that?
Botrix, yep.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet. I've thought about doing it for Superchat, but perhaps we'll do that. We've got, same as you, very dedicated moderators who take like everything very, what we're doing very seriously, while hopefully having fun at the same time. But I use 4 of the chatbots as well, really to experiment with them, to show everybody what's available out there. But in case one chatbot is not there, you've got a backup kind of an idea as well. And then what about social media? Because you mentioned the idea of posting on Facebook. I'm assuming you're doing X. What platforms are you finding traffic for your YouTube channels then? What do you think will be helpful for anybody in the beginnings of their YouTube journey?
So I post across the board on obviously YouTube, community posting daily. I also do Discord. That's the meat and potatoes for our company.
Really?
Is Discord and as well as YouTube. That is it right there. And then we trickle through a Facebook page as well as my personal page. So there's 2 more posts right there. We have our Reddit subreddit that we're posting to, X, and LinkedIn, and then Instagram.
That's great. Yeah, a nice list. So anybody can just grab that. And then, what I suggest to people most often is to start with the platforms that you like. We're always thinking about, well, is something better? Is it better to post on X? Is it better to post on Reddit? Is it better? But that's not important. What's important is to stick to the platform you enjoy yourself. Because if you don't enjoy it, somehow the universe is not going to make your intention come across. And then start making time as much as possible for the other networks, but at the same time, trying not to get upset about the fact that you can't post on 17 of them a day, because, these things have come out so much between Pinterest and Snapchat and Blue Sky and all these other things. There's so many of these now, it's overwhelming for anybody. If you focus on the core, starting with the one you enjoy, you'll likely find that traffic will trickle in. But I'm interested to hear you talk about Discord, because I've considered for a long time setting that up for Superchat, and likely will. It's probably long beyond time for that. How do you find that Discord helps the YouTube channel? Or a better question is, how do you think other people that are watching and listening to this right now will be able to find success with Discord?
Discord is an interesting place. It is very time committed project, because there is a lot of opportunity in there. I think for us, it is a great tool because it allows non-volcano people to express themselves and join conversations that they normally could not inside our YouTube channel. So that's one way that we were able to get into a new crowd, a new market. By leveraging our Facebook and our Instagram, we were able to push people that are not volcano interested, but maybe they are cooking, recipes, gardening, beaches, astronomy, any of those. We have all of those within our Discord. So we're pulling those from other platforms into Discord. That leads them into the volcano world.
Right. Okay.
It's our way of segueing. We
almost
love
like
this
a funnel.
It is. It's our funnel.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, every platform has a purpose for us. And we make it simple because we use AI to help generate 99% of what we're producing for it. When I put in my prompts of what my post is for the day, I'm writing that myself. And then GPT or Gemini is changing its tone into, or changing its written structure designed for that platform.
Mhm.
And it's a one-time push. I have a browser set up that opens up all my platforms in one click, and I
Okay.
just have to copy and paste and go down my list. So even though I'm on, you know, a little less than a dozen platforms, I'm able to post relatively quickly. I
Right.
have a system where I have all my files in one place all the time. All of my videos I create are in the exact folder and dated. Another thing that GPT is really good on is
Yeah.
structuring folders, which I'm
Yeah.
horrible at.
Mhm.
And it has really made a great change for me to be able to find the information that I'm looking for posting every single day.
Right.
I also I look at platforms as how they're going to be helpful in sponsorship. So Instagram, Meta, Facebook is huge for sponsorships for
Oh,
us.
wow.
Yeah. When it comes to gear, when it comes to anything that a business out there wants to sell, they're looking at your Instagram.
Yes.
YouTube is there, but $14 to $15 to $58 to $100 per integrated or long form video, they're fewer and far between than the stuff that comes out for Instagram. They're
Right.
they're rolling all the time. X is one of those that is an algorithm lover. The reason we post on X is not because we see a lot of action on there,
Mhm.
but Two Pineapples is working its way. It's feeding itself into the algorithm through X,
Okay.
looking for a way to, when somebody types in just TWO, maybe we pop up somewhere. When they
Right.
type pineapples, maybe we pop up somewhere. When they put volcano, we may pop up somewhere. So
Mhm.
that's the reason to be posting on some of those other sites. We do awful on Reddit. It's horrible. I don't
Oh,
enjoy
really? Eh?
Reddit. I don't enjoy Reddit at all for
Yeah.
us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's different. This is just my own run on it.
Because so many people might wonder about these different platforms, and it's great to hear stories from other creators about things they have had success with and things they have not. What I did for Tuberchat, most people know, but for anybody that doesn't already know, we have a subreddit called Tuberchat. And the thing is, when you go on Reddit and you post your video somewhere where it belongs, let's say you have a chocolate chip cookie recipe video and you put it in the chocolate chip cookie subreddit, you're going to get slammed with trolls and you shouldn't post this here, self-promotion, advertising, and all the other horrible things that get said. Not always, but you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Where in the Tuberchat subreddit, anybody here watching or listening right now can post any of their videos for any reason, and it's fine because that's what it's for. So what I have heard, especially for gaming channels, is that they do get traffic out of Reddit sharing because it works like a search engine as well. So when somebody has a video, it doesn't matter if it's the kill away a volcano, it doesn't matter if it's Grand Theft Auto, it doesn't matter if it's how to pitch a tent as a tutorial video. When the titles get into the Reddit system, if somebody on Reddit is searching for something that you've recently posted, or somebody else has posted for you, it's possible to get some traffic. So gaming channels primarily, but some people have said that they've gotten a bit of traffic, which helps. And it's not a lot. It's like if you were doing a live stream and 2 people came in from Reddit, you'd be amazed. But you'd say, but I'm doing another stream tomorrow and another stream tomorrow. And all of a sudden you got 10 to 15 people that have come in and you're like, wow, that's actually a channel or a funnel, if you want to call it, that says that we're getting traffic and this is a good place to post. But you have to experiment with all of them.
You have
So
to.
it's interesting what you say, but yeah, as an idea as well, I don't want anybody to post on Reddit blindly in areas where you have not already participated in that social network, because you can get a
They'll
bit
just
of
eat you up. They
fire
will,
right
yeah,
away on
they
some of
will
your
eat
stuff.
you up over there. Uh-huh.
Mhm. The
And
other
one thing,
thing
let's
too,
pivot back, Kevin. Let's
yeah,
pivot back to Discord real quick. One thing that's
yes,
really important to know about. You know, we all know that once you get monetized on YouTube, they're pulling 30% of super chats. They're pulling
mhm,
50% of your memberships.
mhm,
Discord, you can set up pretty much for free, and
okay,
you can have your own niche of your channel behind a paywall in there for memberships
right,
that you can generate your own income, because it's going to take a very long time to make that $1,500 or $2,500 a month everybody would love to have on YouTube. It's going to take a very long time on ads, and super chats.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have established on Discord your own, maybe it's behind the scenes, maybe it's your upfront early releases of videos, things like that, putting it there behind a paywall, you start generating your own memberships at a
Mm-hmm.
much better cost. I have our memberships on YouTube at $1.99. They have not changed in
Right.
5 years
Mm-hmm.
because we don't offer anything there other than the emojis and the badge. That's
Mm-hmm.
it.
Yep.
We have paywall set up in other places at a much higher rate so that we can generate an income.
Right.
And YouTube's not taking 50%.
Yeah, well, you got Apple sometimes taking 30% if it's an Apple device. Then YouTube takes their 30%.
Right.
Then you likely have to pay income taxes depending where you
Right.
are and how those are handled.
Yep.
And by the time the day is done, that's a big frustration for a lot of creators. With TuberChat, I only use the YouTube platform, but that's intentional. But with other things like our copyright free channel, or if I do something personal or start anything else, those will absolutely be open to other platforms. So what other platforms do you use? Are you on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee or any of those?
No, we experimented with Buy Me a Coffee years ago and we liked it. It was good. We use exclusively Fourth Wall now because Fourth Wall is where all of our merch is sold from.
Okay.
They have a membership program there. We can have a newsletter go out of there. All of our featured videos, every time I post, it automatically gets launched on there. It was created by a YouTuber. The fees are the lowest we've ever seen for gear, for merchandise. It's been a great company, and we are going to push for the 2026. I'm not giving any spoilers in case anybody's watching, but 2026, there's a whole new piece of Fourth Wall that comes out for our members only, that only Fourth Wall and Patreon, those types of platforms can do. We didn't go with Patreon because I've always been a kind of a trendsetter. I like to experiment, and I already know what Patreon can do. I wanted something different. My wife, she is the better half of Two Pineapples, came to me with Fourth Wall, and she has taken it by storm, and we both love it.
That's wonderful.
So we're not sponsored by Fourth Wall, but I'm just saying that.
Maybe one day, right? For everybody watching right now, in the Tuber Chat family, we are probably 99% of us thinking about revenue. And, there's a lot of different reasons. There's more than 50 million channels on YouTube. That's more than 50 million different reasons why people do it. But when we think about revenue, what people, I believe, want most is as much as possible, as fast as possible, on top of hopefully setting goals and making a plan and trying to get there. But essentially, we're all going to be, like racing towards that next dollar. So when it comes to Two Pineapples for yourself, what do you find are the biggest revenue platforms for you? Are you an Amazon affiliate? Is Fourth Wall the thing for you? Is merchandise doing it?
Well, Amazon affiliation, the Amazon affiliate program is kind of come and gone. It's really not the same as it was a couple years ago. We still generate a little bit on it, but we don't push it at all. Ours is pretty much our Fourth Wall for our merch, because we have a pretty big lineup of different type of shirts and hoodies and mugs and stickers and customized things that we've created. And we found that the best bang for our buck is the revenue that we draw from our merchandise. It really kind of almost balances right there with YouTube monetization, what we pull in monthly on YouTube, and we kind of prefer it, honestly.
Okay. Is there any other outside of Fourth Wall, and then between the AdSense, supers, memberships, things like that, is there any other platform? You said Amazon maybe a little bit. Anything else that we're not thinking of or haven't talked about?
No, that's pretty much it. I mean, just the regular, super chats or PayPal donations, which we get through Fourth Wall, which we like. that's something else that everybody should definitely take a look at is Streamlabs or Stream Elements, and leveraging their donations through them
Right.
versus pay YouTube, because it's not the 30%. It's a good leverage tool. Those are all things we did early on and kind of
Right.
evolved from there. No, I think that's pretty much it. Our YouTube, our merch, and our some memberships. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have asked you next what would you suggest for people in the beginnings of their YouTube journey, but you answered it for yourself right there by saying, yeah, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, these platforms allow that as well. They give you web pages, you can drop links to those, people can donate there, you can do straight, I know people do a lot of PayPal and Cash App and everything. That's up to everybody what's best for them. But I hope what everybody takes away from this is you're probably also looking at or seeing videos for streams of income or how to make money online and things like that. And we've all looked at all of those things, I promise you, whether it's filling out surveys or, to work
Yeah.
part-time from home, $500 an hour. And, I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean. But it is absolutely possible to build your 10 streams of income out of your YouTube channel. Even if whether you want to do it one at a time or not. And then there are platforms like Lou's suggesting here and others. I'm a big fan of the Amazon affiliate program, actually, but I was grandfathered in. I've been in that forever. I only make a tiny trickle because I don't push it as hard as I should either. But it's so easy. And I was recently, up to last year, running a channel that was making literally, I mean, the owner of that channel will never have to pay for a GoPro or a phone or any of that stuff. Got a MacBook out of Amazon money. And that's the potential that's out there. So anybody can start a YouTube channel today and literally be monetized from day one
Right.
on the other platforms, right? That's very possible. I think it's something that's often overlooked. I wonder if maybe I don't talk about that kind of thing enough because I focus so much on what we can do with YouTube.
Right. Well, if I had to hit the start over button again, and I was brand new and nobody knew me,
Mm-hmm.
I would start my channel and I would start a Discord, and I would
Okay.
build a paywall of private memberships in my Discord, and do my videos for maybe 2 or 3 months, get a crowd going, and then I would sell my membership inside Discord, and I would be doing my live streams through there unlisted, or putting my videos in there for the first week
Mm-hmm.
before I would even be close to monetized on YouTube.
Right.
I would be making more money right there than I ever did. And we were pretty fortunate. We got monetized in 60 days.
Oh.
I mean, we just hit it. I mean, we came in at the end of October, and we had our first 1,000 and our 4,000 hours before the end of December. I mean,
Wow,
we were quick, but we live on a volcano that's erupting, and we are proactive. And when you're standing on a mountain that's erupting, everybody's going to watch. So, it's one of those things. But if I had to go back and I didn't have that, maybe I would have started there, because I didn't know. I didn't know how long normal people have to wait until a year later and start seeing friends struggle with that 1,000 and waiting for that first day they get monetized, so everybody can give them a $5 super chat. That by the time they pull out the 30% and you pay taxes, you made $1.99 if you're lucky. That's extremely frustrating as a business owner. That I would freak out.
It's one of the most common concerns that I've heard over the years, especially. I promise everybody here, I know what it's like when $20 or $50 or $100 a month can be enough to be life-changing money. In a lot of cases, it can be. But the good news is that now it's absolutely true more than ever before that anybody can get there. The days in, over 5 years ago when Lou first came into the Tuber Chat family, those days where we wondered if we were going to get monetized or if channels would get monetized, those days are long behind us. Yeah. Everybody that comes into the Tuber Chat family that stays for more than a day, absolutely, I would believe and even bet on the idea that they will get monetized, certainly within a year, probably much, much sooner. YouTube changed the rules down to this 500 subscribers, which is great. 3,000 hours of watch time, which is much more attainable, let's say faster, right? So people can get to that point. And much like I say, any channel that gets to its first, let's say 3,000 subscribers organically, I would bet up until probably this year that they could get to their 10,000. Now I'd go even farther and say 100,000 is absolutely attainable. It will take years for most people, but everybody, I believe, can. If they care so much about the YouTube journey and their fellow creators. Because again, Lou's been here since, the first 5 years of, Tuber Chat that we're in now. There's no intention of stopping, even though we're at episode 900 right now. This is just live streams. We're just through the first phase, I believe, of what we're doing here. But it's wonderful to know that there's no question anymore. I absolutely believe anybody that gets to their first 100 can have 500 in no time and get monetized, and then move on to bigger and better things very quickly. It's not easy. I'll probably never say that it's easy, but I promise you it gets easier. YouTube gives us more tools. We didn't have a community.
What do you mean it gets easier? Like it doesn't get easier. We just add more work on.
It seems like it, yes. I think everybody watching will agree that YouTube is more work than any of us thought it was going to be.
Let me throw this out there. We talk about the 500, to be monetized now, and you're 100% on the, if you hit that, if you can get to that 3,000 organic number, because we all know what's out there, but 3,000 organically, you're going to get to the 10. You're going to get there. It takes a little bit of time and more work, but the tools that are available today versus when I started 5 years ago, or when I started my first business in 1996, if I could go back to being 13 years old with the AI tools that are available, I'd be I might not be sitting on YouTube trying to make money. But if you use some of the tools that are available and start asking the AI tools, I am a small channel. I need to make money outside. I need to be more successful in views. What can I do? It's going to help give you ideas. It's going to spark the thoughts that you need to accelerate anything that better than what we had. Kevin and I had each other. That was it. And so there's some great tools. You just got to use them and don't be afraid or intimidated. They're not going to bite you. You're in total control.
That's true.
And be monetized outside of YouTube first, because I bet you if you planned appropriately, when you get monetized finally, you'll look back and say, I've been monetized for 6 months with this fourth wall or with this Discord and making $200 a month already. Thanks YouTube for the $9 you gave me in ad revenue this month. Right.
There's a lot of ways that people can earn an income or bring in revenue, however we make money, if you want to call it that, all these different things. And a lot of it comes down to intellectual property. It's a very boring word to listen to when somebody says that, but that's what we're creating every day. Every single one of us that's put anything on a YouTube channel has put out intellectual property. And the idea is this can pay for years. One of the things I love about YouTube and why I landed here after all those years of social media and different platforms and different jobs or careers, whatever you want to call it, YouTube gives us the ability. If either one of us wanted to quit tomorrow, it would be all but impossible to continue getting paid for 12 months as a minimum. Right? Once you've got it, you are guaranteed to get something next month because the videos keep going. All the work we do today helps the work we did yesterday and the work we're going to do tomorrow. And it just keeps going. And the other platforms that I've used in the ways that I've used them haven't allowed that. Now we've got much more. There's TikTok, there's Instagram, but YouTube still seems to be the king when it comes to speed and breadth of revenue, if that makes sense. And then we add the other things on top. But Lou's right. Anybody can start making their own things. You can write books, you can write white papers, you can do graphic design, you can sell templates all over the place. Are available. There's so much. And what a lot of people, I don't talk about it so often now because I've been off it for a year, but I started on YouTube by running channels for other people. My full-time job for a long time, half of it was making YouTube content and running channels. So if you imagine I was making half a week's pay doing that as a full-time, employed person, let's just say, self-employed or whatever, that's the potential that's out there. There are lots of people out there making videos wishing that somebody could promote them. It's not about even the better videos, or a lot of people don't like to do some of the things we have to do. You can trade favors with people, you can pay to have things done. Most importantly, you can pay to do some of the things that we have to do for other people. That's where I've done the best. Out of all of YouTube, aside from Superchat, aside from videos, aside from sponsorships or anything like that, is getting paid to do work for other people. And, that's a big idea. Now, Lou, you do a lot more online and with video than even Two Pineapples. Like you said, you treat it as a serious business. It's become even more serious over the last many years. Do you have another idea for how people can go ahead and make more money, let's just say, from YouTube by using the skills they already have?
Well, everybody looks at business differently. And, I was always taught, at a young age, don't work for the money or it becomes a job, right? Work for the excitement of it and work for the fun of it. I look at what I'm doing as exciting when I have that morning at 4 o'clock in the morning epiphany. That's exciting to me, and you cannot stop me. And I think one of the things that people aren't taking advantage of right now that will help make them more money or more views and more subscribers right off the top that we didn't have up until recently is this new collaboration feature that's happening.
Yeah.
And the collaboration feature has been even big for us because I reach out to people all the time. Just like the day I sent out a message to you, here's who I am, I need to talk to you. And you're probably looking at this message like just another channel wants to talk to me. I take it a step further. I reach out to professionals, scientists.
Okay.
I'm contacting people that are blown away that somebody like me would contact them. And they end up talking to me to do an interview or just somebody that I can reference or collaborate with on a video. And as I started doing that with some of the bigger channels, I always reached out to bigger channels than my own. When I say bigger, when I was at 10,000, I was reaching 100,000. I'm at 20,000, I'm reaching 500 to 1 million now. To get them something of value, whether it's a picture from where I'm at, a video of where I'm at, it's an interview like this with me, something that'll give me the opportunity to have them hit the collaborating with Two Pineapples, because every video that they put out is getting 350,000 views or 1 million views. I want my name on that video. Yes. Right there at the top, right there. And I think that is one thing, as a small channel, I know that everybody has been big on going in and commenting, liking, subscribing, and that's all you got to do that. Those are all part of the program. But I think reaching out to other individual channels, even the ones that are the same size as yours, and start collaborating on videos together. Even if you just sent somebody some video of where you're at in your location, and the other person can say, hey, let's see what Jimmy's doing over in Long Beach today. He sent me this 30-second clip. Boom, collaboration. It's something inside the YouTube algorithm is focusing on that. And this is our opportunity to get on that train. So in order to make money, you need to get views.
Really interesting.
You got to get it out there.
Really interesting that you mentioned that when it comes to the idea of collaboration. For a long time, I've said to people, like, every time you're featured on somebody else's channel, first of all, you're guaranteed, all but guaranteed, to grab a handful of not just subscribers, but their most loyal and dedicated supporters. If you think about this right now, if this live stream, this video goes up and some of the Two Pineapples audience see it, it's only the ones who are so interested and so loyal and dedicated to Two Pineapples that they'll say, well, who's this guy Kevin that's sitting there with Lou? Because we love Lou, but any friend of his has got to be a friend of ours. And then they come over, but it's not everybody. So I say often about many things, we've touched on it today, only the 10% could be the 10%, the top 10%. Only the top 1% could be the top 1%. It's just the way it is. What we can strive to do is not necessarily be the best. It's very difficult to beat Casey Neistat. It's very difficult to beat Mr. Beast. But what we can do is aim to be better than average. We can aim to hit that top 10%. Can you imagine, for the life of you, if you would be in the top 10% of all YouTube channels? Now, it is attainable for some people. I mean, maybe some of us will get there, and I hope everybody will congratulate each other if we do. But the race and the journey is as much enjoyable as the goal at the end, if we were to get there, let's just say, right? So now that you have the 23,000, right, and approaching 24,000, when
23,550, Kevin. 23,550.
There you go. See, it lose right on top of the numbers always. When you are this far along, do you find yourself as excited about the milestones that are coming and the milestones that you pass?
Yeah, because I have them tied to the next framework, the next strategy that's about to launch. You know, there was numbers set in place as a goal, and as we reach the one example is, you know, we want to go from 400,000 views a year to 1.5, and if we can make that 1.5 million this year, we're set to launch this piece of the strategy. So yeah, those, when I hit these numbers, I know that it's time to launch strategy D. Here we go. Yeah. And so we've hit these numbers, and 2026 is a whole new world of whole new views, of whole new activity, completely different activities that's going to stimulate the channel and provide something unique and energizing to the community.
Right, that will likely take it to the next level. One of the things that I've always wanted to ask, right, because we've known each other too well, like I said, and you've done on your channel that you insisted to me was a game changer. When you started hopping in on those 24-hour live streams, just for anybody that's not so familiar with your channel yet, because I don't know how much we talked about this in the other interview, if we touched on it or not. It might have been too long ago. But if you don't mind, describe your 24-hour stream, how that generally works, and then what you did. You know what I mean when you're hopping in and starting to talk to everybody. Because that's something I remember you being extremely excited about and saying, hey, Kev, I got the key, man. I found something magic.
That was one of those 4 o'clock in the morning epiphanies. Where so that we have a 24-hour live stream. It's several different cameras that are focused inside of a caldera that's actively erupting, and we monitor all the seismic data that we can pull from the USGS Geological Survey, and as well as global quaking and things like that. And it's just, there are hundreds of thousands of these live streams that just play nonstop on YouTube, whether it's volcanoes, it's beaches, it's lighthouses, it's dogs in a box. I mean, there's every one of these types of live streams that are out there. I watched it the first couple weeks of what I was doing, and I said, I don't like this, and then implemented a music into it. I'm like, okay, that helps. And then I started realizing people would come in for a minute or 2 minutes and leave, and I didn't like that, because just as big as your view count is your viewer retention. You know, my viewer retention averages right around 22 to 30 minutes. YouTube loves that. YouTube loves the viewer retention. So I came up with I'm plugging in the damn webcam and I am hopping on with everybody, and I am no scientist. I live on an active volcano. That is not my degree. It's not in volcanoes and geology. I've learned over the years, but what I do have the ability to do is discuss anything. Sit there and hold people in conversations, answer questions that may be relevant to the volcano, or anything else about what I'm doing in my life. And it built this unique ecosystem within the 247 where they hear a certain song, they know it's a rally call, and I may be popping on, and I could just hit one button right here, and I'm on that screen over there live within my 24-hour live stream here in the studio. that's where I started, and I have taken it to a completely different level, that I can be at the beach, I can be at the grocery store. Like I said earlier on today, we were actually inside our airline, inside the flight, traveling over the Pacific, and I piped in remotely with the phone,
Yeah.
with the camera into that live stream to do the live stream with everybody, because when we have an eruption, I'm on live for 11 or 12 hours straight,
Yeah.
and I wasn't going to miss it. And I had it in my brain how I was going to do it. I had didn't even try it. I've done other remote things, but I didn't think I was going to be able to have enough juice from the skies.
Right.
We do it on the side of the road when there's an eruption, no matter where we're at. So the community never knows when I'm coming in.
Yeah.
They all hold out a little longer. They all talk to each other about it. They roll back and check to see when the rally calls were played, because when they hear that certain song, I'm kicking on a camera at any time of the day. And I think that
really
was
cool.
the game changer.
Now, I hope everybody will, of course, visit Two Pineapple, subscribe to their channel if you haven't already, and you'll get an idea of right away the professionalism. If you go back over the years of videos and replays, you'll get an idea of how it's evolved. But the idea then is to see exactly what they're doing, because unattended live streams have started to become a big thing on YouTube again, and that's different. And, you know, we all have to do the right things for our channels and this and that, but you might find inspiration in the idea of adding maybe even an unexpected element, because there's always something to be said for, we never know what's going to happen on this channel next. Right. And I think that is half of the magic that comes through what you're talking about, and engaging with the audience. So it's wonderful that you're able to experiment with so many different things and then find success with a lot of the ideas. So just for fun, let me ask you this then. Out of the, if you were to guess a percentage,
here it comes. Here it comes.
If you were to guess a percentage of the ideas that you've had and the things that you've tried, how many have worked out? What would you say?
The percentage of success to failure number. Probably 75% fail.
Oh, wow. Okay. Larger than I would have said, but that's hopefully everybody finds that inspiring. Yes.
But I only need one thing to be successful.
Of course.
And I don't allow the time. Everything is moving so fast. So I know I need to have this done in this amount of time. If I don't get it within that amount of time, it's gone. I'm moving to something else, or I'm completely changing that strategy, rewriting it. I am not, for YouTube, different than my personal business that I had for over 20 years. I don't let things grow as much. If I don't see it happening, I know it's not going to happen. I'm going to move. I may come back to it later. I've come back to things that failed because I thought about it for a year and said, oh man, that's where I screwed up. Let me fix that. And boom, takes off. But I also try dozens of things people don't even see in my channel. I may be sitting here inside the 247, changing different things to watch how the community responds to it. See if they pick up on a new graphic that goes on there, a new JPEG or PNG, or a video that I just kind of slide in.
Right.
A positive result or a negative result. Well, that's a failure. How big of a failure? It's not catastrophic. We move on. So when I say 75%, that's because I'm trying a lot of things. More things are going to fail than will succeed. Just the way it is.
We use the word failure often when we talk about these things. What we really mean is the ideas that don't work. And I've joked with the Tuber Chat audience a million times before. It's a line I've stolen from Seth Godin, who's an influencer that I absolutely love following. And he says, like, you know, I have a million ideas and I can't tell the good ideas from the bad ideas, but I can put them out there and you can try some of these things like I do. And some of them will work, but not all of them. And the success comes with the fact that eventually most of the ideas work most of the time. It doesn't even have to be, when you say, like, you know, 75% of the ideas, I can't tell you how many ideas I have. Sometimes I'll start a sentence. I'll be talking to Kristen or even Lou, anybody else. Half halfway through a couple of sentences, I'll say, oh, never mind, that was a bad idea, I don't know what I'm talking, you know. And these are the things, but as long as we keep thinking about things we can do to improve outside the box, and it doesn't have to be far outside, but we talk about views, we talk about thumbs up, we've been over those things a million times on YouTube. They are important. There's clever ways to get that done. You can say obliterate the like button or gently tap that like button. These things are end up being trivial compared to some of the other experiments we can do. I've encouraged people as many times as I can remember to hopefully try ideas. You can always try something and change your mind a million times. That's one of the things I love about YouTube as well. You can film things and not put them up. You can make a video and delete it. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can, right? You can change your mind. You can pivot. You can put videos up. One of the things I often recommend when thinking about starting another channel is just put the first 10 videos on the channel you have. It doesn't matter the niche, the category, and see if you're going to like it, see if they're going to work. And then if you think you're going to follow through, take them off, then start the second channel. Because Lou will tell you, I'm sure as well, that, you know, running 2 channels is even more work. It's more than twice the work of running one channel, because you got to cross promote them.
You know, when I say, you know, a good example of me failing, you know, 75% of the time on things, I'll go all the way back to day one. This was not the original YouTube channel that we created. Our original YouTube channel had a completely different name, and it was focusing on something different, and that didn't work. And that was only a week.
Right.
And this was 5 years ago. So I redesigned what I wanted to do, and we changed the YouTube channel name, and we changed our content a little bit, and that didn't work that next couple weeks. And we hit this, and it worked. So it's not really failure, like you said. It's not really failure. It's just it just didn't work. Let's keep moving. I don't look at anything really failing. I just look at I got to put it over here and work on that later type thing.
That's right. Sometimes the ideas just don't work out as well as we thought they were going to work out. Let's just
sometimes you're just not ready. Sometimes we're not ready for what we just created either.
That's true. Yeah.
I wasn't ready for shorts videos when they first started coming out. I had no idea. I had no idea what I was going to do. I couldn't capture moments within my live stream or my long form content to build the shorts to save my life.
Right.
I couldn't, until one morning I figured out what I could do. And I started making 7-8 second shorts, my style, my tone. And then I made 100 before I knew it was over. I'd made 100 shorts and almost 1 million views as shorts in 3 months.
Yeah.
You're ready when you're ready.
Yeah.
YouTube was a business plan for me. And that's where it kind of took us to this point. But about a year ago, we started looking at YouTube in another way. Since we have kids and we have grandkids now. My oldest son is 3 and the other one is 2, and there's more on the way. And one thing that YouTube we see helping us for our life is for our family, because without knowing it, we have documented hours, hundreds if not thousands of hours of us doing what we love to do, whether it's hiking, it's eating, it's sitting there and just having normal chat, that when I'm done and gone, my great grandchildren will probably be able to pull up these videos and know me better than I will ever have known my grandparents or even my parents.
Yeah.
They're going to see the real me and the places that we went and the things that I love to do. And this all happened organically just from me starting YouTube and start putting this, just like this video right here. They're going to see this someday and say, you know, that was my grandpa. That was my great grandpa. And he truly had a passion for what he was doing because he's trying to teach other people how to do it well.
Right. Yeah, and helping others. That's the thing, right? The whole reason why Lou and I are here, I get wrapped up in the conversation because I said it a million times, we know each other too well. Lou and I have a friendship that goes far beyond the general talk about YouTube. We've spent hours now, dozens of hours, like I don't know, maybe 100 hours, I don't know,
In a platonic
talking.
way.
Absolutely. But the idea then that we hopefully can inspire others with the things that we've said, whether it's directly or indirectly. Maybe somebody can say, hey, their idea, I'm going to do something different, but maybe it sparks a thought.
A lot of people do this because they're just looking for 5 or 10 friends that they can chat with once or twice a week.
Yeah.
And that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
If that's all you wanted, you got it.
Yeah.
If this was a great, safe place to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I encourage more people to get active, and then maybe it sparks you to make a video or something more creative down the road. But if that's all anyone ever wanted from it was just to make some more friends and hang out, you got it. I think that's a good thing.
This is a great place for that, and it's interesting that you put it that way, because I don't really think about that aspect of like the friendships and things like that when I had started on what I call social media, but like AOL and CompuServe back in the day, and then eventually Friendster and MySpace and things like that. I always found it to be odd that my sister was on there at the same time, a few years younger than me, but she would make these friends online, and she has some of these friends still today, and they get together online, I guess, and have talks or message each other, and they get together in real life and go for coffee and things like that. And it wasn't until YouTube that started for me. Even with all my social media, it's like the friendships came outside and we all connected with each other on Facebook and everywhere else. Whereas today with YouTube, it's become the opposite. I've met up with plenty of creators. I hope to meet up with a lot more in the next year, and maybe beyond that as well, of course. But it's really interesting to think about how the friendships can be such a big part of what we're doing. For most people, they say friendships are their favorite part. And then, I'm always thinking like, well, another friend is right around the corner, somebody that's going to be with you for years, but you just haven't met them yet. And that's kind of what we're doing, is introducing friends to each other, without them knowing it. And what will happen is we see the friendships flourishing, right? You probably see it within the Two Pineapples community as well.
Absolutely. Every day. And we just yesterday went up and had lunch with 2 of our members that have been with us for a very long time now. And when we fly to Texas, I'm going fishing with another member out there to the oil rigs. We're going to meet another one for lunch in Houston. we become friends, very good friends, off air, chatting, and developed friendships for the last 5 years. It's huge. Right. People that normally never would have met, that have things in common with. And two of them I don't have anything in common with, but they were good fun to hang out with.
Yeah, for sure. I've gotten along with people who I consider myself to be our personalities are opposites. Yeah. But that can be a benefit. But I think you really hit it on the head when you mentioned the idea of we have each other to bounce ideas off of. So on Instagram, I have a group that's meant just for the moderators. And it's really so that they can get a hold of me outside of YouTube if there's something they have to say, if the mic's not working, or there's, we don't get a lot of trolls, but if it happens or something like that, or anything other than that, let's say newsworthy in our community or communities. And it turned into a lot more of insider group friendship place, where we joke about things occasionally. We post like the videos that are coming up. We remind each other. Some of the people will share that are in there, when we forget, or if I forget, and things like that. And that could be a wonderful part of it. So I hope everybody's using the tools for that reason as well. But having friends that you can bounce your ideas off of, that can both encourage you. Kristen, but my love, of course, puts it this way all the time. She says about the two of us together, that we uplift each other, but we also ground each other, right?
You talking about you and her, or you and me?
Me and her, she talks
Okay.
about. Yeah, but even so, you and I do the same thing. I think I would like to think Lou and I more so inspire each other, but you
Mhm.
can give each other the guardrails too, and say, hey, I hear what you're saying. Your idea's pretty wild. What if you dialed this in or dialed that back, or what if you added this? And we do that kind of thing all the time. Lou has really expanded in all of the different things that have happened behind the scenes with two pineapples. I've been just lucky enough to have had the friendship with him to see all that going on. So for that reason, above all else, I really appreciate you being here so that we can show everybody what is possible when we think about the friendships that come out of this and how they can help not only our YouTube journey, hopefully our
Mhm.
souls, and all the other things that all the other aspects of our life, a bit of positivity from what
Right.
truly feels like family when
Mhm.
we use the word friendship, that kind of thing.
I really like for people to, if they're interested in using YouTube as a platform to have a business, to take it serious
Hmm.
and look at yourself when you're done filming. Take a look at the background, take a look at your face, take a look at the clothes that you wear. Like, I've been looking at this wrinkle over here for the last hour.
Yeah.
It just drives me nuts. Little
Hmm.
things like that, not saying that I have to be perfect or you have to be perfect,
Hmm.
but recognizing professionalism at some level
Right.
is important in business. And I take it to another level because I'm focused on it. But
Hmm.
if you truly want it to be a business and a professional business, you have to look at certain things in a way and not doing certain things, whether you're cleaner or you're tighter or your studio is somewhat cleaned up, your pillows are on your couch in a nice order fashion. Take a look at
Yeah.
how people do their videos that are successful. They're not in a messed up room. It's tight,
Hmm.
it's organized, it's everything is designed for success. And I
Right.
think as us, including myself, that is still a small time content creator, it's important to be as buttoned up as possible. It comes
Right.
across rough sometimes when I say it because people like to remind me that maybe I don't know what other people are going through.
And
That
you're
is
you're
true.
right about that, but I think we can easily soften that up just by saying it doesn't have to be tomorrow. You don't have to
Right.
go from zero to I'm
Yeah.
using professional cameras in a professional studio all at once. We're talking about small improvements. Literally, everybody watching this right now is likely going to make not 100 videos, but 1,000. Right? One day. It sounds like an overwhelming number, but I promise you, these things happen for almost all of us. When you think about making one tiny improvement in every single video or every single production, you will very soon get to a level of professionalism if you want to. Right.
Mhm.
And we're talking about just having your streams and your videos look the way you want them to. I hope everybody will watch their own content back from time to time so that you can see the improvements that you've already made. And then that will hopefully inspire you to continue making little improvements as well, even some of the things you don't like, right?
Yeah.
Because I've done the same thing. There are things that I thought were a good idea 7 years ago or 8 years
Yeah.
ago when I
Yeah.
started, but that I've changed and I'm not married to them and not emotionally attached to the different things. I want what's best for the channel, what's best for the content, and more so what's best for the community. Because
Yeah.
for me personally, especially, the community drives a lot of the things that I do, and I'm grateful for that from everyone as well.
And if we weren't live, I would walk over and shut the window over there so the white screen would stop going on this side, and I would have put my logo up in the top corner. But see,
Yeah,
I still make mistakes.
there you go. Uh, yeah, we all do that kind of thing. Thank goodness everybody comes to YouTube for what YouTube is.
Yep.
And a lot of times it's the authenticity. Nobody's looking for polished. I
Nope.
used to work in film, and the budget on one television show that I was working on was $300,000 per episode, with a crew of 50 on staff between the directors, producers, and everybody else involved. And when you think about that level of polish, people will watch Netflix when they want Netflix, but when they come to YouTube, they come for something different. And it doesn't have to be authenticity, it doesn't have to be realism. There's lots of web series on YouTube, there's vlogs, there's, you know, creators with channels of all sizes and content of all different types of quality. But those improvements can get us to a point of what Lou is talking about. And if you go back, I would encourage anybody to go back and watch some of the older parts of Two Pineapples, and you can see the channel evolve, you know, right into today. I hope everybody will go and hang out in some of the 24-hour live streams. It's on all the time. Anybody can hop in anytime and see what goes on there. And hopefully they'll catch you for one of the times when you're coming into the live stream and interacting directly live with the audience as well.
Yeah, jump in and learn that this is different. Like Kevin, you brought up the term, how did you put it? Some of the other live streams that are just running
unattended.
Unattended, right?
That's
unattended.
The best word I can come up with those. We used to call them silent live streams, but unattended live streams.
That's perfect. Where we are the complete opposites, where I'm looking at the chat right now and there's 6 mods in there right now and people chatting away, and there's always somebody, and I am always right here watching to see what's going on. It's an attended live stream full of people from every single corner of the planet. It's amazing to be able to go in there and just start talking to people and finding out if you've always wanted to travel but you can't afford to, or you don't have a way to travel. These types of live streams are a way to travel, because you could come in and learn about Hawaii. You could come in and learn from one of our fans in Spain or Canada or Portugal or Brazil, wherever. You have no idea. There are people from we're getting Christmas cards from people all over the world right now, and they're all in our live chat. So it's pretty cool to be able to go in there, start a conversation with somebody, and learn about the world and learn about other people.
And that's one of the benefits that everybody has for their YouTube channel. Obviously, we all have a global audience, and not on any other thing in my past have I ever been able to say, well, I can reach people at any hour of the day. So whenever is convenient for anybody to put up their videos, one of the most common questions, not that's asked to me, but that's asked on YouTube in general, or any social platform, is what is the best time to post? And the real answer for that is the best time to post is when you can. So when you have time, especially consistently, because if you're going to have a schedule, you want to be able to kind of commit to it and build off of that. Superchat's a different channel, so we move things around, we're able to, and I tweak things when I have to. If the audience starts to go down, I do things to pick it back up. Weekends are always best, of course, but there's no reason why anybody can't post at any hour of the day, because there's always an audience available.
Yeah. I watch the timing, the timing of my posts closely. I recognize when my audience is at its peak to be able to watch my videos or restart my live streams. I do watch that. Which days of the week? Friday nights are rubbish. I stay away from anything possible on a Friday or even Saturday for me. Just my audience. Everybody's audience is going to be different. Now, do I still post on Fridays? Absolutely.
That's funny. I can't help but cut you off there and hop in, because in Tuber Chat, this is just an example, but Lou's saying he avoids Friday nights, like in certain aspects, right? Whereas for Tuber Chat, Friday night, we've had to do our live streams on Fridays for a few months. It's one of the better times for us. So you see what I mean? We can have different answers to different things, and different audiences are going to show up at different times as well. So that's really interesting for me to hear you say.
Yeah, and I have to balance. I'm in Hawaii, so I'm automatically 2 hours to 3 hours off of the West Coast, and 6 mid, and across to the East Coast, where those are been predominantly the times everybody looks at for posting for bigger audiences. Okay, but I'm in an entire state where 8 a.m. is a great time in my state to post. Everybody is having their coffee. They're or they're getting into work and they're looking at their phones.
Yeah.
So every channel is going to be different from where you're at and what you're doing. It's incredible. And I post all over the place intentionally just to
Right.
test the algorithm, just to
Yeah.
see. But what most importantly is I am going to post when I know I'm going to get the most interaction in that 60 minutes.
Right.
That first 60 minutes is crucial for me. I know
Absolutely.
that my videos will go from 1,500 views to 8,000 views just if that first 60 minutes is watched and commented on right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big difference. I love the timing of which I look at that chart in the analytics telling me
Yep.
avoid Friday like the plague. Right?
Yes. So it's funny, for most creators, you're going to look in your analytics on the audience tab, and you're going to see that graph that YouTube gives us. That used to be like either a TubeBuddy thing or vidIQ thing or whatever. But now YouTube has something like that, and it tells you exactly when your audience for each individual channel is most active, so you can plan accordingly, right? If you don't have that graph, for anybody watching this that goes and looks at your analytics and say it's not there, it will come. You just need a little bit more traffic. It comes after you start getting, I don't know what the number is, but a certain number of views per month regularly. Everybody gets there eventually, but it just has to do with growth of the channel, let's say. But that can be gold.
It is.
I use that when it comes to videos for premiering, for sure.
Yeah, and they just changed it recently, so it's advanced now. There are so many numbers, so many data points in there that are important for those that want to grow really well, really successfully, faster than you could possibly imagine. If you don't know how to read it, that's okay. You don't have to. I keep going back to AI. Just download the CSV file and take that CSV file, drag it into GPT and say, these are my numbers. What can I do to make them better? And just watch what happens.
Yeah.
You don't have to know anything. Yep.
It's that simple. And then once you learn how to do it, you can teach other people how to do it as well. That's one of the big things here.
Yeah. I used to really worry about putting out some type of information, which I do keep something proprietary because I spent hours, hundreds of hours, maybe even thousands doing things to make myself successful. So there are some things that Kevin just tried to get some out of me earlier. I don't even really give out. Kevin pretty much knows everything that I'm working on, but he holds that in. But now when it comes to AI, I really want people to hear my experience on how I've used it to make my channel better, because I wish I would have had it then. And I want people to use it. It's going to make your life so much easier, and you will enjoy creating content. It'll be funner. You'll do more work because you'll have more tasks to do, but it'll be fun. It won't be oh my gosh, I don't know what to do today. I don't know how to make this work. I don't know how to create a title for my channel, or if it's going to be successful. It's all there for you. So I'm happy to share. I want to share that. I mean, I teach AI now at a local high school here. I just got done with a course teaching AI class. I've written some custom GPTs for organizations for them. I enjoy it. I enjoy teaching teaching that specifically because I know how successful you can become by using it now.
Right. Yeah. That totally speaks to the idea of all the things that we say in the Tuber Chat family and in the live streams, where we talk about the idea of giving to others more than we expect for ourselves. And there's a hint. If you go back, if you didn't catch it, anybody watching this, and you hear what Lou had said a long time ago, earlier in the interview here, he mentioned the idea of reaching out to other channels or other organizations and offering something of value to them. When you call up and you say, hey, I like what you're doing, I can use that, is very different than saying, hey, I've got something that you might find interesting, leaving it there and waiting for them to say, hey, well, that's really cool. Here's what we're doing. Let's see what you're doing. And now you've got a connection. And the idea, like I said, of giving unto others, it's not a religious thing. I believe in the golden rule in life. when you give more to others, when you truly try to help other people, essentially they will have no choice when they become successful than to say, here's how I got there. They will have to mention you somewhere in their speech, right?
Mhm.
That's the idea. You're conditioning people to have to come back and reference you, hopefully with honesty and integrity. You know, everything we're doing online is permanent. The internet's written in ink. We all know this, right? But it can be done. And that's what I hope. I hope everybody can have the idea of generosity at the forefront of their mind. Doesn't always feel fair, but we all know that life is not fair.
Right.
But you
Right.
reach out, you give to others, you teach. So everything that we talk about, if I was on a one-on-one with anybody talking about YouTube and asked about the things I know, I wouldn't be saying I'm going to teach you how to do it. I would be saying I'm going to teach you how to teach other people how to do it. Then you're going to learn and be able to help others at the same time.
Yeah. Yep. You know, a lot of times I think when you get into this collaborating with other channels, it was always in that fashion of, look, trying to take more than give.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody has something to give other channels that they're not utilizing, and that's their geographic location.
Mm-hmm.
It could just be a drive. If you, let's just say you live in a city and you drove down one of the main streets and you took that 2-minute clip and you went on YouTube and you searched all the live drive guys or all of the people that do travel videos, and you just sent them all an unlisted piece of that clip and say, hey, I have this clip. Could you use it in any of your videos?
Mm-hmm.
If you sent that to 20 people, to take you a couple hours, send it to 20 or 30 people, find them on Instagram, send them a DM, find them on Facebook. That's what I do. Just track them down and I just start blasting. Here's what I have. Are you interested? Somebody will say, you know what? I could use that as a B-roll next time I do a clip. Or I'm headed there to do a travel vlog series. Could you take me another couple pictures for reconnaissance before I get there? There are ways, no matter where you live or what you do, you can take some video. You're a content creator. Help other people create content by giving them your area. You're going to find somebody out there to collaborate with.
There's plenty more that we can do when it comes to the idea of graphic design, thumbnail templates, examples for them. One of the things I've reached out with people with before, when people were really trying to get more followers on X and Facebook, and it wasn't as easy organically as it has become. I'm not saying it's easy, but you know what I mean. What I would do is, for all of my friends, make a social media post and send it to them and say, hey, maybe you can use this, knowing that I will be in the forefront of their mind as somebody who knows how to do that kind of thing. So not everybody's going to use it, but if they do, and if they're asked, hey, what do you know about Facebook? What do you know about making these posts? Oh, actually, I got a guy for that, right? And this is where that can come. But it comes from giving, not expecting to receive, knowing that one day you will, no matter what you do.
Yeah. You know, I just kind of thought of as I was saying that, because I didn't have any of that rehearsed. That was just coming off my head. And as you were talking, I was listening, but I was also processing. That's a whole new niche right there. Kind of, we got Pexels and Pixabay out there, but you could just be filming B-rolls for other YouTube channels all day long.
There's people on Fiverr that sell footage. I've thought about that. I do a lot of driving for my job. You could simply hook the GoPro up, film the footage, and then just put it up. Hey, you want to start a dash cam channel? I've got 2 hours of dash cam footage a day for you, right? Gamers do it. If you go on Fiverr, if somebody wants to do a gaming channel, you go on Fiverr and somebody will sell you an hour of gameplay. They'll play the game for you, charge you whatever, I don't know, minimum wage for an hour, $15 or whatever it is these days. You know what I mean? And there you go. You've got a bunch of content. When you think about an hour of gameplay, you could do a month's worth of videos or 3 months worth of videos off of that.
Yep. And it kind of goes into what you asked me earlier too about other forms of revenue and platforms. And I bring up Fourth Wall. One of the things that Fourth Wall allows us to do is have our digital products. So right now I write different manuals for how to watch the live stream, what all the graphs mean, I have
Mhm.
another one for the safety of touring our park here.
Right.
And in creating these, I also have some other ones of all the icons that I created.
Right.
The short series that I just finished and got uploaded and starts going out tomorrow. Well, kind of went out today, but starts tomorrow through Christmas.
Mm.
All of those images that I created, I will package and put in my fourth wall that I'll sell for $3 a piece, kind of like Fiverr, but it's my own ecosystem, not Fiverr.
Wonderful. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
We don't need some of the other platforms even. Like this is something that comes up a lot when people think of Kickstarter and
Hmm.
Indiegogo. You can
Yep.
do a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo and they're very useful platforms, but you're going to have to send 95% of the people there. There's not a bunch of investors looking for the next wide-eyed bright
Nope.
visionary. You know what I mean? They're just, you have to send them there. The platform facilitates the idea, but anybody here can create any kind of digital content and sell it yourself. You can even go as far as start your own website, do a commerce plugin and sell it there. But things like fourth wall, like Lou is talking about right now, and there's plenty of other print on demand services people can sell on eBay and Amazon and everywhere else. Lots of opportunity for these extra things, and it goes far beyond revenue. When somebody's
Hmm.
made a purchase from you, now they have another connection, a transactional connection, and they
Yep.
will likely come back to you and favor you over buying another similar product from another creator, right? So you build
Yep.
possible loyalty from that as well.
What they're also going to do is they're going to possibly suggest your next product for you,
That's true. Yeah.
right? They're going to lead you into what they may need, which may help you down the road.
Yeah.
Right now, I also will say wasn't really gonna put this out. I'm gonna put this out now. It kind of took me to this point, Kevin. Everything that I do,
Hmm.
I'm creating a course for,
Right.
which will be available for sale someday.
Hmm.
So every time you design something for your channel, whether it's a logo or any type of image, any strategy, and
Hmm.
it's successful, and
Hmm.
you can put it into a course, build it into a course. I have 6 that I've been working on. I
Right.
just don't know where they're going yet. If they're going in my
Right.
fourth wall, in the process of this, YouTube started their courses. I see
Hmm.
now in our
That's right.
studio. I haven't even dug into seeing how valuable that could be,
Oh, I should have been ready for that, and I wasn't.
right? All of us. How many times do we say that we should have been ready? I wasn't ready for the shorts world. It took off like crazy. If I
Yeah.
would have had these shorts going out when shorts first started, I probably would have my 5 million each shorts
Yeah,
at this
for
point.
sure.
But everything that you make for your business strategy wise, every idea that you come up with, if you grow it to something successful, package it, because that's something else as a revenue stream down the road that you have available.
Right. This is part of, there's business books out there. One of my favorite books, if I can remember the name of it, my favorite book, I can't remember the name of it, was written by the guys who started 37 Signals as a company. And it's very down to earth and very raw, as opposed to a polished self-help or business type of book. Anybody
Mhm.
could look it up or just message me. I'll find it and give it the name to everyone. It's kind of dated right now, but they talk about byproducts. So that company was very big when Web 2.0 was starting. They were developers. They came up with the idea of Ruby on Rails, which are programming languages. Much of Web 2.0 was built on that. And what they did is they wrote a book about how they did the things they did and talked to some other business owners and things like that. That's a byproduct. So the company, when it was making its first million or millions of dollars, also made another million just from selling the book that talked about what they had done. And lots of other companies do this. I don't know if the story's true, but I think they talk about the idea of like Ford Motor Company. We all know Ford. And when they were making Model Ts, 100 years ago, they needed something to be done with the wood scraps that were coming off the parts when they were making the cars. So they started a charcoal company, which today might still be known as Kingsford Charcoal. I don't know if that story's true. Somebody can fact check me on that, because it's something I read in that book.
That'd be a good one right there. I never
But
heard that.
that's an idea, because for most people they'd think, oh well, that's just garbage, we got to get rid of the garbage. Well, what can we do with it? What can we do with the experience we've had? This is where vlogging has become so successful on YouTube. It always was. One of the first things that was done was the idea of documenting your life, because you're just living your life. You just happen to have a camera,
Yeah.
and now that's intellectual property that essentially could be there forever and can be used in many different ways. Some of our YouTube videos are used by sponsors in their Amazon pages or on their websites and things like that. That's also a thing. So when you're doing anything at all that's productive, you're probably doing more than one thing. You just have to spend a moment and figure out what the byproduct or byproducts could be, and then you can monetize those. That's really my understanding of what Lou's talking about.
Yep. Yep. A friend of mine, his family owned a walnut orchard, and the price of walnuts went just downhill. And my friend that I grew up with, he figured out that the byproduct of the walnut was the shells that they just stacked and burned for decades.
Right.
And they ended up turning that into selling that to a company that turned it into cosmetic use.
Wow.
The whole family business changed at that point.
That's a perfect example of what we're talking about. A perfect idea. So then everybody watching this right now just needs to figure out, when you're making something, like I said, you're probably making something else. You just need to identify it. This is where friendships can come in as well. These are the ideas that Lou and I bounce off each other. Hey, I'm thinking about doing this. Well, maybe you should also do this. Oh, wow, I didn't think of that. But I'm glad that you pointed it out, because we wish for each other to be successful. It would be no fun to be at the top by yourself, because then you just got to look around, you're alone. It's better when we pull each other along. You know what I mean? And I've had a lot of success with that in my life. I'd like to share that on YouTube. That's kind of what we're doing with the Tuber Chat idea. Make as many people successful as possible so that we can all celebrate together forever after.
Yeah, and YouTube is so big. It's not like the old days of a regular type of business where you were competing with other people within your niche or whatever your industry was. Now there's thousands of people doing the same exact thing as I'm doing, and there's a lot of us, thousands of us, are successful doing the same exact thing.
That's right.
It doesn't hurt each other. There's no negative that somebody else is successful.
That's
right.
Kind of
a great thing.
Many people watch multiple live streams or premieres at a time. We can always go back and watch each other's replays for the things that we miss, where that's not possible in a lot of other businesses. If you're going to buy a car, that's a big ticket item. You're not going to buy two at the same time, so you have to choose. Or I came from nightlife and bars and nightclubs and things like that in my younger years. And the idea is I have to get people to come to my party at 9:00 at night on Friday night. And if they don't come to mine, like it's competition with everybody around. The difference is now we have these live stream watch parties on YouTube, and anybody can go to multiple parties at the same time or relive the party afterwards. So that's part of the magic. And that's why we can help each other. Not everybody in the world is going to be open to it. But when you're the one handing the olive branch out, you're going to find that more and more people are going to start coming back to you with open arms, let's just say.
Yep. I think the reaching out was the biggest change, positive change for our YouTube page, our YouTube channel, because when I realized I had something that everybody wanted, all I had to do was figure out how to get it to them, and then find a way to message them. And once I did that, we were featured on so many channels that were over 500,000, a million subscribers, because at the time I was able to find a way to not just shoot them a video. I was able to transmit a live of my video of me being up there.
Hmm.
and that was important to everybody. They wanted it. So I
Right.
was giving a lot. I mean, hours. I mean, you remember I would be up on the volcano for
Yeah.
5, 7 hours, both Anna and I, and transmitting to different YouTube channels, getting
Right.
our name out there. And it's still to this day. Last week, I just sent another clip that I had just laying around to another YouTuber with 500,000 subscribers.
Hmm.
And he collaborated in a video he just put out there. Everybody has something. You just got to go for it.
For sure. Well, Lou, thank you for being with me. I mean, we could talk for hours and hours more than we have today. I certainly do appreciate your friendship. So thank you for that. Thank you for coming and joining me again. I hope that we can inspire a few people. And for everybody watching, thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, I hope you'll give it a thumbs up and share it with anybody who you think might like to see it. We'd love to get comments from people, and we talk about this kind of thing all the time, engaging your audience. But I would love for everybody to share their experiences, especially with AI or anything else that we've talked about. Talk about the platforms that you're using, where you're finding success, so that you can share the ideas with other people. And everybody will look at this place as somewhere they can go to find the tips and tricks from each other that they need to continue to grow their channel. If you haven't already subscribed, I hope you will. I hope you'll visit Lou and Ann over at Two Pineapples, see what they're doing over there, as well as Big Giant Head. I'll link to those channels in the description. Make sure you subscribe, put the notification bell on, and I'll likely see you over there as well, hanging out in a live stream. Thanks, everyone, again. Thank you, Lou. Bye-bye. All right, we're just about back, and thank you everybody for the time that you've spent so far. We're going to stick around for another couple of hours if you would like, and we will go through channels like we always do. But I want to do something special for the 900th episode. We always do something a little bit different. So hopefully everybody enjoyed that conversation. It was pre-recorded. Lou with Anna from Two Pineapples are away right now, as we talked about, and they'll be back in a couple of weeks, but their channel continues on, their live streams running, of course, and we can't guess accurately when the date's going to be for some of these episodes, so I figured 900 would be somewhere around here, but we couldn't be sure. As for episode 1000, if we count back the calendar, we're looking at maybe Halloween of this year, so we'll see if we keep up our schedule of every 3 days or so. There was quite a bit of activity during the chat as well, and I appreciate all of that. I've got a bit of a list of channels to get through, and then we will go through our wheel like we always do, and go with the Flow Farm gifted a membership at the beginning of the stream, as well as Michael's Adventure sent in a raid today, and I appreciate that always. Ability to be awesome, that's Crystal Sparkle. She gifted 5 memberships again. She's done that kind of thing a million times before. And then Carnivore Jerry along with Froggy went to knitting, and as you can see, Butler Family Farm just dropped super chats as well, and I really do appreciate all of that extra generous support. Absolutely unnecessary, but always appreciated. So what we'll do right now is let's go through a few channels so we can get the ball rolling on what everybody expects here in our live streams, and then if anybody wants me to follow up on some of the things we talked about earlier, I'll be happy to give you my personal opinion or show you what I was meaning with things like how to make $100 a month on YouTube. It's just ideas, and how the Amazon Associates program works. We're talking about that. One of the things I will mention, though, right away is we have an extended time limit on our chat today. And usually I set that to about 20 minutes, so people have to watch for 20 minutes before they can chat. Most of everybody here knows what that is because you had to go through it before you ever came into a live stream. We've been doing it for a couple of years now. It really does help with trolling and things like that because they don't have the patience to make new accounts and wait 20 minutes just to say something silly. But it also gives people an idea or a chance to watch what we're doing and see if this is something that they want for their channel. Because even though we all think with generosity at the forefront of our minds and we all want to support other creators, it's not going to be for everybody. Not every channel owner out there is worried about other people's channels and doing the things that we do, which is fine. As you heard in the conversation, I said only the 10% could be the 10% and only the 1% could be the 1%. That's just nature, but it relates to everything. When you think about supporting other people, right? And who on YouTube as a person is most supportive, again, only the top 10% could be the top 10%. And the best we can do is strive to hit milestones or goals like that, knowing for ourselves that we do so much for other people that anything we're going to get back is going to be a blessing. So, yes, so from page to screen, yes, from page to screen. The 20-minute thing, you can change the time limits. You don't even have to have it at all. You could most people don't use it on their channels, but you can put it to subscribers only mode, so only subscribers can participate. You can put a time limit on it, so they have to be subscribed and they have to wait until after they've subscribed and a time limit, if that makes sense. And I set mine really, really tight. Like, we keep everything here very, very tight. The moderators, you know, they've all been with me for years and they all care deeply about what we're doing. But that's what keeps this community so clean, if you want to put it that way. There's been an abundant amount of trolling over the last few days. And I have a feeling that some of that has to do with New Year's resolutions. And I'm not talking about here in Superchat, in other live streams that I've seen. It's gotten pretty wild out there. And it comes and goes. It always is in phases. But what my imagination tells me, and this is just based on experience, is that many people who have not been posting on YouTube regularly are going to start posting on YouTube now, with channels that have been sitting for a little while. I might even be included in that group, as a matter of fact, on my personal channel. We'll see. It's like people joining the gym, right? Everybody joins. January 1st is the worst day to go, but by March, 90% of the people have gone. Again, only the top 10% can be the top 10%. But if you imagine somebody who hasn't posted on YouTube in, let's say, 6 months, a year, 2 years, any amount of time, what happens is if they had trolls in the background, then what could happen is when they post a new video, that troll might get a notification. And I have a feeling that that might be a part of what has been going on the last few days. But that time limit on our live streams can really cut that out, because they just can't come in. That's all there is to it. We don't have to ban them, block them, or anything else. And then if they do have the patience to stay, they're going to be even more upset and they'll move on to somebody else. We don't wish trolls to go to anybody else, but it's just the way that it works, right? So these are just ideas. So let's talk about channels for a moment, and then we'll move on to a couple of quick subjects if everybody would like. We've got lots of time today, 2 hours. We're going to do a music stream afterwards for 1 hour on our copyright-free music channel with the Stream Avatars video game. I haven't done it in a while, so we'll hope everything works. I'm sure it will. And that can be a lot of fun. You can participate in the chat. You get a character. It jumps all over the place. You can attack your friends and things like that. And then we will fire up a brand new 24/7 virtual live stream in vertical format. And we'll see how that goes for a little while. It'll be an experiment, we'll call it, right? And thank you, everybody, for being here. So Go With The Flow Farm is up on the screen right now. And like I said, they dropped a super chat, or pardon me, they gifted a membership right at the beginning of the stream, and I really do appreciate that. They've done that kind of thing many times before. They often do live streams like what I was talking about with Lou there, the unattended live streams, where they basically have a loop going on screen. People are meant to be able to trickle in and out of these streams, but you're welcome to connect with other people while you're there. I see they've got a brand new video, and it's perfect to connect with because it's just over 3 minutes. And we're always looking for 3-minute videos. We want to watch these videos from beginning to end. Leave a meaningful, genuine comment. I recommend 3 or 4 sentences. Give a thumbs up, subscribe, and put the notification bell on for every channel. And then shorts over here have gotten into 5,900, 10,000 views on this homesteading channel. And Go With The Flow Farm is here with us regularly. As I dig through the thumbnails, you get an idea of all the outdoor footage that they're bringing to us, and we'll be looking forward to more and helping them hopefully get a little bit farther towards the milestone of 1,800 that we know they're thinking about. For anybody that's brand new today in our chat and here for the first time, hopefully you're feeling welcome. We have a lot of dynamic creators here. Everybody will be willing to connect, so please don't be shy. You can reach out to anybody you'd like to in the chat, and if you take your time, meet people one by one and follow the instructions that you'll find in our video description. You'll find yourself with some new friends and family members for your channel in no time if that's what you would like. So I haven't done any introductions today, but I do appreciate everybody coming in, obviously, for a milestone live stream like episode 900. It is going to be busier than it basically ever has been. I'm sure we'll be at record numbers today. And thank you, everybody, for the shares, by the way, because sharing is probably the #1 thing we can do, along with the thumbs up and, you know, watching. And I know we've got friends that keep the stream on in the background and things like that. I appreciate all of that. But I know that Scratch and Pete PA and Just Jason Keto, along with Jesse Journals and Unboxes, have all been here from the beginning. They're beloved and dedicated moderators. I think Canadian Family Life and I Am Betty J Gathers are here as well. Michael's Adventures is a beloved and dedicated moderator who has been with us from the beginning. Him and Scratch and Pete both have been with us since more than 5 years, getting on beyond 5.5 years now. And sometime at the end of April, we'll be doing our 6th year anniversary, if you could believe that. Black Guns and Gardens just came in. Blester Crochet is here. Everybody's BFF Butler Family Farm is in the house. Green and Relate also came in, and Cruz Bolero's here. A longtime friend, Fanatic Guide, is in the house, and I've been talking to from page to screen a little bit in the chat. Gloria Cole for you, good to see you here. And Gloria's Platter, yes, we did one break, you missed it. And then Greenland Quilter Katie's in the house, so we're going to look at her channel, I'm sure, very soon. And then Henry Leslie Vermont is also in the house. And then It's Me Alec has been here from the beginning. Judge Brownie 1 is here. Little L Bricks, that's Little Lego. And then Lori's Mini World is Lori's Tech Time. She's got a few channels, but it's good to see you back. Mac Movement is here. Matthews Bushcraft from the Big Family Expedition is in the house. Memories and Must-Haves is with us, along with Miss TT Mix Vlogs. And then My Tennessee Sky is here, and I think we've seen that channel before, but forgive me if I'm wrong. And then New Horizons Above and Beyond is with us every day. Purple Tube's been with us for many years as well. Sir Dank for Jesus comes to us from Handicapped Traveler. The Feral Grandma's here. Vintage Style by Joe is back in the chat, and Yes I Can Barbecue is also with us. Hollow6448 is here, and hopefully I'm not missing anybody in the chat. As long as everybody's still active, we should get around to saying hello to everyone. And then the interview was pre-recorded. Yeah, so it's not so much of an interview, that one. I know I was asking Lou a lot of questions because I can't help myself but to get into interview mode when we start doing those StreamYard panels. And we've talked to him before. He was the first creator as part of our 10,000 subscribers series. So I hope everybody will watch those videos as well. But that will be available at the beginning of this replay. So I certainly don't expect anybody to go back and watch 3 hours of Tuber Chat every 3 days if you're not in the chat. But the live streams are available so that you can go back and watch the pieces that you want to see. That conversation between the two of us went on for just under 2 hours, but everybody will be free to go and have a look at that, of course, and hear all the things we said. I gave a lot more of my opinion in that conversation than I usually do, and I've been looking forward to being able to do that kind of thing for a long time. And let's see what we've got going on. Annette Emery is in the house, and they're here for the first time. So you caught us for a special edition, a little bit different than what we usually do, but I'm going to continue on with what you'll regularly see in our live streams right now, talking about Michael's adventures and his channel. He, like I said, has been a beloved and dedicated moderator. It's hard for me to mention Michael's adventures without mentioning Scratch and PPA, because these two creators have been with us for about the same amount of time. It's well beyond 5.5 years now. They are two of the most supportive creators that I've met in my over 8 years on YouTube now. We're coming up on 9 years, as a matter of fact. April of this year would be, if I haven't miscounted, would probably be about 9 years I've been on YouTube. I started watching in the winter 9 years ago, right around this time, planning for starting YouTube channels and things like that. Michael's Adventures is a creator that posts not only every day, but a couple of times a day. And he's got a couple of series. He brings us a lot of wildlife and outdoor footage, sometimes walk-along videos where he'll take us for a tour around his area and then give us a story to be told along with it. He's done a few occasional driving videos as well. And he's got shorts on his channel, usually featuring outdoor footage. But he's got a few other things here in all 4 seasons, so a little bit of that winter weather there as well. Lottery scratch tickets make an appearance once in a while, and he's been known to play a slot game on a phone or tablet. And he premieres every single day at 3 p.m. Eastern and 8 p.m. Eastern. Once in a while, he moves those premiere times around, usually to accommodate Tuber Chat, for which I'm grateful. But he's done that kind of thing a million times before. He gave us a raid again today. And next, we're going to look at Ability to Be Awesome, who is Crystal Sparkle. She gifted a handful of memberships again. If you'd like to swap playlists with anybody in the chat, please just simply say, I am willing to swap playlists. Other creators should reach out to you, and if you see somebody say that and you're willing, please reach out to them. Everybody is free to make those arrangements independently and individually, of course. Hardneck Farms and Mr. Hardneck Farms are both in the house as well. And then Martin Miller, good to see you here. Forgive me because I often miss names in the chat. Living Large with Crew, of course, has been with us for a long time today. And then as long as everybody's still active in the chat, we should get around to saying hello to everyone. Now, we just looked at one of our moderators' channels, and we'll see more today. I always put members and moderators onto the wheel as soon as we see them in the chat, even though I started the wheel much later today. I'll clean it up after we take our first break in another 10 or 15 minutes here. And then I hope everybody will connect with all of our moderators because, like I said, they've been longtime dear friends of mine. They're all dear friends of each other. They all have different channels and they all do different things. But one of the things they all have in common is an overwhelming sense of generosity, which is what we talk about here every day. And because of that reason, when you visit any of their channels for premieres or live streams, you'll be welcome to meet more friends and family members for your own channel the same way we do here in Superchat. And then thank you, Purple Tube. Cruz Bolero, if I didn't say hello already. And then when we look at what Crystal Sparkle's doing on her channel, actually she's got some Vlogmas videos here as, pardon me, a bit of a different series where we get a bit more of a look into her life. Actually, what Crystal Sparkle usually does is take us out on the road to different types of conventions, particularly featuring a lot of cosplay and My Little Pony themed. And I'm old enough to have remembered the first wave of My Little Pony, and it's been through a few other waves of popularity, including right now. And some of the shorts on this channel have gotten into 8,000, 18,000, 19,000 views on one of the newest ones, and then live streams on the channel as well. And Crystal Sparkle will often take us to these conventions. Like I said, once in a while they'll do something a little bit different. These book hauls are interesting, of course, but these conventions that she features on her channel have a lot of different aspects. They've got panels, they've got performances, they've got after parties, and all the things we'd expect from a convention of that type. So hopefully everybody will connect with Crystal Sparkle, obviously an over-the-top, generous, loyal, and dedicated supporter. Thank you again for the 5 gifted memberships. She's done that time and time again. I really do appreciate that extra generous support, although it is unnecessary. And then Carnivore Jerry dropped a super chat, so we'll look at her channel right now. If you haven't already given a thumbs up for today's live stream, I hope you will. They really do help. I hope everybody's always giving each other that thumbs up when you're out supporting each other. If you're on a phone, I know you have to turn the chat off to get that done, but you don't lose your place. It only takes a moment. I will appreciate it greatly. Even I have to be reminded to give that thumbs up from time to time, especially when I'm on a phone. Daigo Crochet, good to see you in the house. Thank you for coming in. And then, yeah, Hardneck Farm, some of those things, my sister has to be furious. Like, the My Little Ponies I wouldn't have touched, but I sold all my Transformers and G.I. Joes and everything else, and they were all beaten up and used like crazy, for sure. But she had some of the original My Little Ponies that probably would have been worth a few dollars today. She took a lot of care of her stuff, and we used to play, right, as kids, My Little Pony versus G.I. Joe, and I'd drive her bananas, of course. And then Carnivore Jerry up on the screen right now. This is a creator that's going to help us with healthy eating and healthy living more than anything else. She's actually renamed her channel, or sorry, I shouldn't say that. The handles for some channels are different than the names. So in the middle of a forest is who we know as Carnivore Jerry in the chat. When we look at what she's doing on the channel, this is another creator who gives us a great look into her life. Most of her videos are quite short. So where possible, we want to look for videos that are 3 minutes or longer, or as close as possible while connecting. It's not that there's a right way or a wrong way to connect. It's just we've been doing this the same way for the last 5.5 years, so we keep it up. But there's plenty here, and then shorts on the channel have gotten into 100,000 views. My dear goodness, I get amazed even when I look at these channels, even though I've seen them many times before. But look at this, 19,000 and 22,000 But then we've got one at 100,000 and another at 143,000, which is great to see. And then live streams on this channel as well. And she's got a live stream coming up. That's a little bit later this month, if I understand right. So that'll be cool to see with Rockin' Coach Amy. Collaborations. This is something we talked about quite a bit in that conversation, but it's one of the best things we can do to grow our channel. So other than that, I've been lucky enough to catch Carnivore Jerry yesterday for a live stream. She's doing these pretty frequently, almost daily lately. So hopefully everybody will connect with her. Keep that notification bell on so that we have the best chance of catching each other as often as possible. And then Katie's Kitchen is in the house. Tim Mitchell's been here and is back in the chat. Thank you for coming back in. Did G.I. Joe win? You know what I tell people all the time when I talk about like brother and sister fighting as kids or whatever? I go, it really wasn't fair, because what would happen is I would do things to antagonize and drive my sister bananas, and then she would scream for me to stop doing what I'm doing. And then my parents would give her the trouble for screaming about half the time. So I only got in trouble for half of what I did as an annoying antagonistic brother. If I've missed anything in the chat that anybody's meant for me to see, like a question or a comment, just please mention it again with 3 thumbs up or @mention Tuberchat Connect and Grow. That should help me see it a little bit easier. I'll keep my eyes open and hopefully catch it the next time around. But I'm lucky these days. I've got not a large family, but for the family that I do have, including my sister and her kids and our kids and stuff like that, we all get together all the time. So I'm very grateful for that, especially over the holidays. We've got a lot of winter birthdays, and actually hers is coming up, but we get to see each other pretty often over December and January right into the spring. And then hopefully I'm not missing anybody in the chat. I feel like I am. I know Canadian Family Life is here. I'm going to get her onto the wheel. She's another beloved and dedicated moderator. And then, oh, Greenland Quilter Katie, yes, I must have missed your super chat earlier. Forgive me for that. Thank you, Scratch and PPA. I don't know how I missed these. And then Jules Lorraine, I think I had I thought I had ready to go. Maybe I didn't. Pardon me for that. Thank you, Scratch and PPA, my dear goodness. I talk about how our moderators, you know, care deeply about the YouTube journey, but when I talk about, you know, Scratch and PPA being here so much for us, it goes without saying, I believe, but you can see how much he cares about what we're doing when he's catching the mistakes that I'm making. And I promise you, I make as many as anybody. I miss a lot more than he does while we're live streaming. And then It's Me Alec has like 1 million channels, but it's good to have you here. Fanatic Guide still in the house. Thank you for that. Candy K All Day is here. Memories and Must-Haves. I'm not sure if I said hello. And then, yes, family, you know, I know different people have different, you know, families of different sizes. I promise you I'm grateful every day for what I do have. And I just try to keep in the forefront of my mind that not everybody's quite as lucky. So I make the most of every moment I can be with them. I promise you that. So thank you, Scratch and PPA. Greenland Quilter Katie will come up next. Jules Lorraine will be after that. Butler Family Farm is coming up, and Katie's Kitchen as well. They all drop super chats. We always put super chatters and membership gifters on screen right away when those things happen. And then we'll get around to spinning the wheel like we always do. And then Froggy went to knitting. This is another longtime dear friend, and obviously she's going to bring us a lot of knitting and creativeness. This creator is another dynamic host, and actually I've been lucky enough to catch her over the years in plenty of live streams, not lately apparently, but she's always got a panel full of guests. They're always laughing and having a good time, and they always give me a warm welcome when I'm there. I see now what they're doing is the dual system that StreamYard allows. I'm sure other platforms have it as well, but I've seen it in StreamYard now where you're able to do vertical and horizontal live stream at the same time. And that's a really cool feature because one of the streams can be used to draw in new subscribers from the Shorts feed, and then we know that our channel owning friends tend to prefer, for the most part, horizontal live streams, so they get the full view of everything we're doing. So Froggy Went to Knitting is experimenting with that, and then this creator's got a handful of shorts out here, one of them at 1,500 views, which is great to see. And she's posting videos pretty frequently, more often than once a week, so that's great to see also. Hopefully everybody will connect with Froggy Went to Knitting. She's now over 6,000 subscribers and continues to grow. I believe the biggest reason why is because of the live streams. And then Sally D's Reality, good to see you in the house. And Froggy Went to Knitting, thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate that extra generous support. She's done that a million times before, and so has Greenland Quilter Katie. So we'll have a look at her channel. If you have the ability to share this stream, whether it's on a community tab, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, or on any other social network, I'll appreciate it greatly. It helps get a few more people into Tuber Chat right now and could see this stream pushed out a little bit farther both today and in the coming days and maybe even weeks ahead as a replay because of the engagement signals sent into the YouTube algorithm when you share. And then forgive me, I'm just making a note for myself. I still make notes on pen and paper, and then I know our moderators must roll their eyes because they know I make notes and then don't look at them after. That's a really bad habit I have. Greenland Quilter Katie has been with us for well beyond a year now. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a year and a half very soon, but when we dig through the channel, we see that this creator, when I first started watching their content, when they were coming into the Tuber Chat family, were giving us a beautiful look around Greenland. It's just a small aspect of what they do on the channel. They've got a podcast that continues today. And then occasionally they'll bring us different types of videos, but they've got live streams on the channel as well, and these are very frequent actually. So they've been doing these multiple times a week, again with a panel full of guests, and they're always having lots of conversation. The conversation in most live streams can go anywhere once it gets started, but I'm going to set notifications for a couple of these as well, even though I know they're coming up tomorrow and about a week from now. Memories and must-haves, thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate that extra generous support. Absolutely unnecessary, of course, but very much appreciated. Wasn't it didn't I catch you for a live stream yesterday? And then hopefully I'm not missing anyone. When we look at Greenland Quilter Katie, obviously her channel's growing fast. Hopefully everybody will connect with her. And she's here with us for just about every stream lately as well. So thank you again for another super chat. I really do appreciate that extra generous support. And then Tim Mitchell is gifting a handful of memberships again. He's also done that a million times before. I lost count, so I have to say a million now. But I really do appreciate that extra generous support. I know I keep saying the same things, but I really do. I know all the recipients will be happy to have those as well. A couple of them might be here in the chat right now, as a matter of fact. And thank you so much for that, Tim Mitchell. He's actually got 3 channels for us to look at when we get them up. And then from page to screen, thank you so much for the super chat. We'll get your channel up right after Tim Mitchell. What we'll do right now, though, is we'll take a break. We're just going to go for 3.5 minutes and come right back. And we'll get right back into channels. I see the Stock Explorers here. We'll get them on the wheel right now as a beloved and dedicated moderator, and we'll try to make this quick. notice what's going on in the chat there, and one of the regrets that I have in life is not following through with some of the things that I started. I had a wonderful woman when I was a kid. My parents would bring us to church every Sunday, and we'd go to Sunday school and this and that. And this woman must have taken a liking to me and offered to teach me to play piano for free. And I think I went to her place like a couple of times, and then, kids and their patience, I'll use that as an excuse. I just didn't bother. And it's so unfortunate because I did follow through with music later, but I never did do anything that would have me become great. I played drums through high school, but that's an instant gratification instrument, in my opinion. Anybody can learn to start in a day, whereas piano, guitar, any other instrument can be really, really tough. I had somebody teach me how to play guitar as well. So he gave me an acoustic guitar, and he taught me how to play Oh My Darling Clementine, if we remember that song. It's very, very simple, just a couple of chords. He said, if you learn to play this song and show me that you learned it, and he gave me a book to learn how to do it, he goes, I'll give you an electric guitar as well. I never did. And those are regrets, because boy, would I ever love to pick up a keyboard like Greenland Quilter Katie's talking about, or a guitar or something like that. What great YouTube content that would be. Maybe one day I'll get behind a set of drums, but I don't know how I'm going to make that happen. We'll see. And then I did want to mention something before we talk about Jules Lorraine, our crafty home. During the conversation earlier in the stream today, we were talking about the chart that YouTube gives us to tell you when is the best time for you to post. If you don't already have this chart in your analytics on the audience tab, it will come. Your channel just needs more traffic every month. Everybody gets there, but it can take a long time. So when we look at what this chart does, though, see how it gives you a 24-hour basically view. Each one of these little, not squares, but pieces is an hour. Gives you all 7 days. So it shows me that I could be live any day from Sunday, let's say on Sunday from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. That's our busiest time. For the audience that's connected to TuberChat, we have 6,500 subscribers now, so they got quite a decent sized audience to sample from. But then they say Mondays would be a great day, Tuesdays would be a great day, but we have to do it later. Now, the funny thing about this is in the early days, you might be able to use this chart to show you when you can consider starting to post. But the more you post consistently, the chart is going to start to follow your pattern. So let's think about Scratch and PPA for instance. He premieres every Tuesday at 12:15 Eastern without fail for 6 years now? He's starting year 6 right now, so 5 years, right? And if you were to look at his chart, my guess is his is going to say Tuesday at 12 o'clock is the busiest time. And then it'll trickle out to the other days. I'm unsure. I'm just guessing. But you see what I mean. So on TuberChat, because we've been posting on Friday night so often lately, Friday night looks pretty heavy. Whereas Thursday and Wednesday night, and I'm in the Eastern time zone, are not quite as busy. But that's just because we do those sporadically. We never really know. We haven't been doing a lot of Saturday live streams lately. And this chart changes. You can also change the amount of time you're looking at, because it changes over time. You can look at the last 28 days, or you can look at the last 90 days and a few different things. But I wanted to show that to everybody because we were talking about it. And then we'll talk about the Amazon Associates program afterwards if everybody would like to. The darker portions it just means that less people are online in your particular audience. They're talking about your subscribers, right? So if you want to hit the people you already have, you want to hit those brightly colored areas. If you're looking for newer people, you have to make different decisions. But I would always recommend everybody post at the beginning of the busy times if possible. What I often say is if you're unsure and you don't have that chart yet, I'll tell you what I do. On every channel that I touch or run, I post videos on Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern. That's because I'm in the Eastern time zone, and I believe that North America is going to be my biggest audience compared to any other. United States is always number one for me. Canada's somewhere around there. The UK can also be, and then it gets sporadic between the different countries. But USA is always number one for me, even though I'm in Canada. So I post at 9 a.m. If I'm going to premiere, I want to let it go a few hours later to make sure most people are already online starting their day, including the West Coast, right? So I would drop my premieres at noon or somewhere thereabouts. I might follow the chart, or I might just post at noon. It depends on what the video is, how I'm feeling. If I ever manage to finally get videos on the Superchat channel, they would like tutorial videos. They will be done on Saturdays for sure, without exception, regardless of what the chart says, because I know that the weekends are always the busiest time on YouTube, especially if you want to hit people that are not necessarily already in your subscribers collection, let's just say. So these are just ideas. But we all have to make the best decisions for ourselves. And like I said in the conversation there, we want to be looking at the analytics occasionally so we can see the patterns that come up. Katie's Kitchen, thank you so much for Super Chat. And I really do appreciate both of those. Absolutely unnecessary. Very much appreciated, of course. And yeah, Greenland Quilter Katie, I mean, anything's possible. Yeah, so you're right, Just Jason Keto. It tells you when your audience is online. The people you already have, right? So I would double down on it always. Thank you, Tim Mitchell, by the way, for another super chat for Lucy Grace. I really do appreciate that extra generous support, and I know she'll be happy to have her channel featured. I'll be sure to put that up right before yours. So again, these are just ideas, and we have to make the best decision for ourselves. I am Coach Bean Reen. Good to see you here. Thank you for coming in. I'm still tripping over those handles. I wonder if I always will. Jory Game Bites, good to see you here. And then Daigo Crochet picked up one of those gifted memberships today. Vintage Style by Joe. I think I said hello. I know she's been in and out today. And Create and Relate 24 is here. Driving Daily looked at his, but he's been live streaming daily for hours and hours and hours. So I'm not surprised to hear that. So again, like, these are just ideas for when we want to post. But you can learn. There's lots of other places to get information from as well. If you literally just type in Google, what's the best time to post, or ask one of the AI systems, it will help you determine different ideas for yourself. But on every channel that I touch or run for the last 8 years, it is Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern, or noon if I'm premiering. Almost always. Because I want to catch the traffic on the way up. It's me, Alec. Yeah, I haven't really started adding very many names to the wheel because it's going to take a little while before I get to spinning the wheel right now. It'll probably be another half hour to 45 minutes, I think. So I'll add them when we get a little bit closer. We're probably going to go through at least another couple of breaks between now and then. If anybody wants me to elaborate on what I'm talking about, then just please mention it in the chat. I'll keep an eye out. And then otherwise, I'll talk about Amazon and my opinion on how we can make $100 a month on YouTube. Or at least grow towards that milestone or that level. I'll talk about that in a little while after we get through a few more channels. So Our Crafty Home, Jules Lorraine, we see in the chat. This is a channel I'm still getting to know. 208 subscribers right now. We'd love to push them towards the 300 we know they're thinking about. I see they've got a new video. They're talking about diamond painting. Even I consider this. I was just on Crafting Enthusiast live stream, I think this morning, saying that, it was today or yesterday, saying that the that diamond painting looks really, relaxing is what I was saying. PJ Gaming 233, I can't guarantee today that you'll be on the wheel. To be very honest, it's probably unlikely because we're going to stick to our time today. And we've still got an hour and a half to go almost. But because this is our 900th stream instead of like 917 or something like that, it's busier. It's always busy here, but it's even busier today. So I'm going to do things to try to calm it down in a little while. But we won't get to every channel. We rarely get to every channel. We just try to get to as many as we can. It is always based on who's been most actively engaged in conversation. So the best idea for anybody that, it's the least important part of what we're doing is being on the wheel and the screen. I know everybody likes it, but nobody, I'm putting our crafty home on the screen right now. 2 or 3 people might run over there, maybe 4 or 5 on a really good day if I have interesting things to say or something like that. But that's not how this works. Basically, I'm just talking about the channels, the things I learn about them. And what people are really interested in is the people who want to be friends with them, the people who want to conversate with them and actually take interest in those conversations. So these are just hints, but I'm just being transparent, right? We just put channels on the screen and I talk about them because we need something to do for 3 hours while everybody's doing what they're doing in the chat. But it's in the chat where the magic happens here, if that makes sense. And then thank you, Driving Daily. Sarah Presswood, good to see you in the house. They're on a cruise right now, which is interesting to know. And forgive me, our crafty home. So I still have more to learn about this channel. So lots of crafty different things I see that they're doing, including diamond painting. I never did build a gingerbread house. I thought about doing it one day, and then I didn't do. Oh, I think we did actually. Kristen reminded me the other day. Maybe we did do one, and I forget for the life of me. It's just so many years past. My goodness, I'm older than I think I am. And then working on 500 views on these shorts. They'll be there soon as they continue to post. They got quite a bit of information on their about section as well, so you can get to know what to expect from the channel. And then Butler Family Farm is coming up right now. For anybody that's brand new today in our chat and here for the first time, hopefully you're feeling welcome. We have a lot of dynamic creators here. Everybody will be willing to connect, so please don't be shy. You can reach out to anybody you'd like to in the chat, and if you take your time, meet people one by one and follow the instructions that you'll find in our video description. You'll find yourself with some new friends and family members for your channel in no time if that's what you would like. And thank you for mentioning that, Matthews Bushcraft. You know what's funny about that? When I was deciding what to do for today, I rarely do a live stream. In the first 400 episodes, I did have a dear friend Elevate with Vern on with me a few times, and we did those live. But I haven't done one in the last 500 episodes, so I thought I'd do one again today, but it was more convenient to pre-record. I'm a big fan of pre-recording all kinds of things. And then running it in the first half of the live stream, but still doing channels like we always do, because I know everybody would want to see that more so, right? But also knowing that we're going to go for an extra hour, we should blow it right out of the park today. And thank you everybody for those thumbs up. If you haven't given one, my guess is we will hit a record today. I don't even remember I think 125 is probably the most ever, and I might not be right about that. It might be lower than that. I can't remember for the life of me what's the most we ever got while we were live. I really don't watch the thumbs up very much because we know that we always have around the same number of people coming through. It's somewhere between 70 and 100. Every live stream. It goes up and down based on days of the week and times of the day. We move things around all the time. And the Feral Grandma, thank you. Yes, I appreciate every moment everybody can spend. $250 is ambitious. Yeah, I don't know if we'll do that, Fanatic Guide, on a live stream ever, because we do too much to keep it under control. I know there's bigger live streams and bigger channels out there that can eclipse that for sure. Butler Family Farm is up on the screen right now, and Jerry let us know last year that they are using the YouTube promotion system to push the channel rapidly, and that's a legitimate advertising system you can use, basically using paid advertising to promote your channel. And he shares information about that, particularly in live streams. They've got one coming up, and that's going to be, is it today? I think it's today at 9:30, where Butler Family Farm is going to get together with oh, pardon me, did you say you're getting together with Beltloop 29? Or Devil Dog? I think it's Beltloop 29 he's getting together with, and they're going to talk about that. So everybody can check that out. I got the notification on for it all the time. Butler Family Farm otherwise is always live on Mondays at 6:45. That's Jerry and Susan right there. I was on their channel about a month ago with them. They have different guests at different times. Otherwise, it's Jerry and Susan giving us a chance to get to know them. They've got 116 acres of farmland, and they bring us homesteading style content. They've got some shorts here that give a small example of what they're bringing, getting into 12,000 views on a few of these, one at 54,000, and then videos on the channel. They post frequently, usually multiple times a week. I'm just going to grab the latest video. What you're going to find here is these creators showing us all that it takes to look after their home, their 116 acres of farmland, their livestock, including cattle, goats, donkeys, horses, llamas, chickens, cats, dogs, bees, and koi. And then Jerry brings us into the shop to show us some woodwork. They bring us into the kitchen to bring us more of what we'd expect from a homesteading style channel. And they bring us a lot of friends. You'll meet more friends when you're over there. They introduce us to people all the time. They head out for meetups, whether it's a small group or a large group, up to 70 channels worth of creators and supporters. They often live stream those get-togethers as well. You'll find those on the live stream page. So hopefully everybody will connect with Butler Family Farm, and when you do catch them for a live stream, you'll see their play button on the wall. Fairbrick Studio is also in the house. I know you've been in and out today. The Feral Grandma just sent 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate the extra generous support. I know the recipients will be happy to have those. We've seen that kind of thing a few times today from Ability to Be Awesome and Tim Mitchell as well. So we're going to get the Feral Grandma's channel up after From Page to Screen. Right now we're going to look at Katie's Kitchen. And thank you again, Butler Family Farm, for another super chat. I really do appreciate that. They've done that a million times before as well. If you'd like to swap playlists with anybody in the chat, please just simply say, I am willing to swap playlists. Other creators should reach out to you, and if you see somebody say that and you're willing, please reach out to them. Everybody is free to make those arrangements independently and individually, of course. Hardneck Farm says they've met up with Butler Family Farm for one of those meetups, which is cool to know. Katie's Kitchen dropped a couple of super chats. Thank you for that. They've done that many times before. I really do appreciate that extra generous support. They've got bad cooking advice. That'll be interesting to see. And they're on there with Yes I Can Barbecue, which is cool. I'm just going to put this video into my catch-up list. Now, this one's really short. When we're connecting with creators, we always want to be watching videos that are 3 minutes or longer. But I've seen all of Katie Kitchen's videos, as you can see. The red lines usually stick around for about a year. Looks to me like they're disappearing after about a year, but it could be 2 years. Depends on what the truth is about how old some of these videos are. And they post occasionally here, but Katie's Kitchen has done a lot of live streaming, and it could be StreamYard panels like this, or I believe video gameplay, right? It's been a little while. Oh, yeah, here we go, playing The Sims, of course. I thought they just did that the other day. Maybe I'm wrong. They've got a live stream coming up as well, so this will be interesting to see, and that's tonight as well at 6 o'clock, so about an hour from now they'll be live. And then shorts on this channel have gotten into 2,500, 6,700, 8,300 views. What you're going to find from Katie's Kitchen is some cooking videos more than anything else, as well as food bank grocery hauls. And she's now over 500 subscribers, well on the way towards 600. I'm hoping we can push her a little bit farther towards that milestone as well. If you haven't already given a thumbs up for today's live stream, I hope you will. They really do help. I hope everybody's always giving each other that thumbs up when you're out supporting each other. If you're on a phone, I know you have to turn the chat off to get that done, but you don't lose your place. It only takes a moment. I will appreciate it greatly. Even I have to be reminded to give that thumbs up from time to time, especially when I'm on a phone. And thank you, Daigo Crochet. And then Nikki Silver Stackers in the house. Fanatic Guide makes a point. Yeah, it's easier to use the handles now because it's more difficult to make a mistake. The only thing is when we see, I can't remember who it was, I put a channel up earlier and they had so many shout outs from other creators that the search results come up with other people's channels before theirs. But Joy Joseph Lounge, good to see you in the house. Thank you for coming in. And hopefully I'm not missing anybody in the chat. Vintage Style by Joe has been having trouble commenting on other people's channels or here in the chat. I'm just curious to know because a couple of people have mentioned they've been getting that warning about chatting too much. And I've seen that before myself, not lately. But I have a feeling whenever we start to see those things in the chats, something we haven't seen before or haven't seen in a while, and it comes from YouTube, it means they're tweaking something in the algorithm or the recommendation engine or with our live streams or something. So my bet is a new feature is going to come out any day now if it's not already there. We have to look around for that. Memories and Must-Haves is up on the screen right now. This is another channel I'm still getting to know, but they say Keto After 40, real keto for real people. So this is another creator that gives us a bunch of information on their about section about the creator behind the channel, but they want to help us with healthy eating and healthy living. I see they got a couple of brand new videos, including a New Year's Day video. I'm going to put that in my catch-up list. That will give me a chance to catch up and see what they've been up to. They got 400 views, 500 on the way towards 600 views on the shorts here, and then live streams as well. I was lucky enough to catch them yesterday. Hopefully I'll catch you for another one of these. I got notification bells on for every single channel, of course. And then there's so many glitches in the Matrix. And then, yeah, Katie's Kitchen, that must be it. There's a lot of, we have seen a little bit of trolling, not here, but on other channels the last couple of days. And I would say even over the last week, seems to have picked up ever since Halloween or around there as it usually does. Not too aggressively, but it's been wild for a couple of days now. And, thank you again, Memories and Must-Haves, by the way, for the super chat. And then Tim Mitchell dropped a super chat after a handful of gifted memberships. He wanted us to specifically look at Lucy Grace's channel, and she's been a longtime friend as well. If I've missed anything in the chat that anybody's meant for me to see, like a question or a comment, just please mention it again with 3 thumbs up or @mention Tuberchat Connect and Grow. That should help me see it a little bit easier. I'll keep my eyes open and hopefully catch it the next time around. Baby, It's Cold Outside is right. That's the song that I talk about once in a while where I had a interesting situation happen on my personal channel. I just searched as soon as that song made the news a few winters ago. Everybody will remember that. And it was quite a newsworthy, topical piece of conversation, let's just say. So I found whatever version of it I was able to post. I think it was the Rod Stewart one. And then I made a video as quick as I can of the song. Now, what I did afterwards is unlist it because it really has nothing to do with my channel. It's not my content, really, and all that stuff. So, you know, I don't want it to, you know, be there representing what I'm supposed to be doing. But what had happened is a blogger, not vlogger, but blogger, picked it up and put it in a top 10 list of places you could find that song because it was getting deleted from all the radio stations and things like that. And so because I was on that list with that video, for no reason, they just searched whatever YouTube videos they could find, I managed to get thousands of views on that video. That's the kind of thing that can happen to any of our content. If somebody's looking for, could be recipes, could be do-it-yourself videos like we're talking about in the chat there from homesteading channels, could be keto information, could be anything at all. And if somebody on the internet who's got an audience picks up your video, they might put it into an article or a blog post or something else, and you'll all of a sudden magically get a bunch of views. How did I know that happened? Again, from the analytics. When I saw my video going wild, I was like, what on earth is happening here? It's not, excuse me, just because so many people are searching for it, although that helped. But the analytics will tell you your traffic sources. Where are people coming from? And it's not just on YouTube. It's going to show you WhatsApp. It's going to show you Messenger. Some of it can be confusing, of course, as people are sharing your stuff. But you'll start to see these little amounts of traffic coming from websites and other things. When you look them up, you'd be like, oh, wow. You know, if you're doing recipes, some cooking blogger might have picked up your video as an example, right? And that kind of thing has happened time and time again. Actually, right before I talk about Lucy Grace, just because I'm talking about this right now, I'll show you another example of how you can get some more traffic, right? We talked about the Amazon Associate Program during the conversation earlier. And I mentioned the idea of how can somebody make $100 a month on YouTube. I mentioned in the conversation, anybody can start a channel and be monetized on day one outside of YouTube. And what I mean by that is, let's say you have something to sell. A lot of our friends are doing live auction style sales, or people have eBay accounts or Etsy accounts, and maybe you make things like Jerry from Butler Family Farm makes things that can be sold. Beautiful woodwork he does, right? You can start a YouTube channel, start talking about that stuff and getting sales right away. That's an example. There's also affiliate programs out there like Amazon. And basically what happens is, when you're in the Amazon affiliate or associate program, there's other ones out there. There's tons, thousands of other programs out there. But Amazon is known because it's been there forever. And I mentioned I was grandfathered in. I've been in it for 20 years or 30 or whatever it is. Now, what happens is, as an Amazon associate, you can link to any page or any product. You see how I've got this button here that says Get Link? And it's on this thing, Influencers and Associates Site Stripe, right? So I click this thing, it gives me a link. I put this into whatever web page or post or YouTube description. You have to be careful because you don't want to violate their terms of service. You cannot email those links around. You must never email an Amazon link to anyone with your associates program. But that's just one example. But you put it in the right places. What happens is, it doesn't matter what somebody buys. They don't have to buy the thing you're promoting. But if you're the last link that they clicked, within 24 hours before they check out, because almost everybody has an Amazon cart with something in the cart ready to check out, you get your 1 or 2 or 3%, depending on the category, for anything they buy. So even though I have promoted this selfie stick, it's like a tripod stand selfie stick. This was a sponsored thing. A sponsor reached out. I was able to review this on my personal channel. I've actually done 2 different ones now. And then let's say somebody clicked on the link. What would happen is, even if they bought diapers, even if I bought a new sweater, batteries for a remote control, anything at all, I get my 1 or 2%. So I mentioned in the conversation, I only make a small trickle because I really don't push it as hard as I should. Everything is work, of course, right? But you can. But I want to show everybody the magic in what can also be possible when it comes to Amazon and other sponsored videos. You notice this one that says purchased October 2023. I actually love this stand so much, I bought tons of them. For our moderators, I bought them to give away. And basically what happens is, when you look at an Amazon product, you see a lot of different photos that they show you as examples. And then they've got videos. So if I click on the videos here, you're going to notice that this one, the third one here, says by Kevin K. What they did is, they took the video that I made for them and put it on their Amazon page. Now, if I have anything in there that says, hey, I'm Kevin K, follow me on YouTube, if anybody who gets to this video from Amazon likes my video, like actually enjoys it or the way that I do it, they might follow me on YouTube. You see what I mean? So you can get little tiny trickles of traffic that way. And these are just cool ideas. Stock Explorer has one, yes. And then hopefully I'm not missing anybody in the chat. Relic Rat, good to see you in the house. Thanks for coming in. But these are the tiny little things we can do to build up what I constantly talk about as 10 streams of income. It's not just ad money. I promise you, you've heard in the conversations. If you haven't seen them, I hope you'll watch them. But we talk about it all the time. The ad money you're going to get from the YouTube AdSense program, for most people, is going to be the smallest amount of money you make on your YouTube channel or revenue that you earn. There's things like Super Chats and memberships. We all understand how those work, but there's other ways to make money. And as you build your audience, you can sell other things as well. And we talked about all of that, so I'll cut the conversation short, but you know what I mean. And yes, I have only sent things in our giveaways or to our moderators, things that I use, some of the things every single day, some of the things occasionally, but all things that I actually use. Nothing that's just here, something that I see that's, kind of useless and everything else. Yeah, imagine the Stock Explorer. Oh, I promise you, it doesn't feel anything like that. Less and less every day. Lucy Grace 56 is up on the screen right now. Tim Mitchell dropped a super chat so that we would look at this creator's content. They have mixed up a few videos and live streams over a long period of time. They got one video here, a few shorts to get started. They've got live streams, plenty of these with guests on panel. And these, like anybody else, the conversation can go just about anywhere once they get started. Lucy Grace is actually a longtime friend here in Superchat and somebody I've had a few conversations with outside as well. They got 185 subscribers right now. It's pure random content here, really. The conversation can start anywhere and go anywhere once Lucy Grace is on. We'd love to push her towards the 200 subscribers we know she's thinking about as well. Oh, there's Lucy Grace right now. Good to see you here. Tim Mitchell dropped a super chat earlier so that we would look at your channel. So I'm glad we got a chance to see that today. And then forgive me for all the things I'm missing in the chat. If anybody needs me to elaborate on anything I've mentioned, just please mention it again, and I'll try to keep an eye open for it so I can address any particulars. If you have the ability to share this stream, whether it's on a community tab, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, or on any other social network, I'll appreciate it greatly. It helps get a few more people into TuberChat right now and could see this stream pushed out a little bit farther both today and in the coming days and maybe even weeks ahead as a replay because of the engagement signals sent into the YouTube algorithm when you share. The Stock Explorer. I've been trying to dial back the story time today because we got into a bit of it in that conversation for the first 2 hours. But I also figured, because I'm only doing channels for 2 hours, it's an extended tuber chat, and I'll probably have the control to keep it to a minimum today. So we'll see. But Tim Mitchell is up on the screen right now. And thank you again, because he gifted a handful of memberships and dropped a super chat. So overly generous, absolutely unnecessary. Very much appreciated always. He's done it a million times before, both of those things. Angel Light Over Darkness is here. Good to see you in the house. And hopefully I'm not missing anybody again. When we look at what Tim Mitchell's doing, he actually produces videos and live streams. And I actually, Tim, if you happen to be listening right now, I got a question for you. And forgive me, because I asked the other day and I didn't catch the answer if you mentioned it. And I forget if it was in your stream or here. What we're looking at, Tim Mitchell has his own channel. He's putting out a bit of content here, mostly outdoor footage, and he often takes us on the road. So he's got a few dash cam video footage, some footage from dash cam here. And lots of creators do fairly well with this, 1500, 1600, 1800 with some of this outdoor footage, and then live streams on the channel as well. Right now, he tends to be live every Tuesday for a little while, as we can see, usually somewhere around an hour. I've been lucky to catch him many times before, but not lately because he collides with my work schedule. But hopefully soon enough I'll catch him, and I've been lucky enough. I caught Chef CV on the other channel the other day, but sometimes they're together. And then Tim Mitchell, I just wanted to ask you about those cameras. So I know you mentioned the idea that they're called near streams, and I still have not, I don't think I looked them up yet, but I'm curious about whether they overheat, because you do live streams that are several hours long. And one of the concerns about cameras that are out there, not that I'm shopping, I'm window shopping right now, I can't, but I'm curious about them overheating, because that's something that's a big problem when it comes to lengthy live streams, let's just say, or lengthy recording sessions. So I'm curious about that, because I know you said you like the cameras. And then Tim Mitchell, maybe I did look them up. Tim Mitchell's up on the screen right now, but he, like I said, produces videos for another couple of channels. So let me look at Chef CV here, and this is Cooking with the Munchie Mafia Official. And there's a third channel for us to look at as well. Now, Cooking with the Munchie Mafia Official, this creator is going to bring us around the kitchen to make interesting meals and dishes, but also help us navigate the kitchen, the different appliances and bakeware and cookware and smallwares and things like that we're going to find. The glorious, colorful Wheel of Misfortune, the mystery Wheel of Misfortune behind them, is featured in live streams. Basically what happens here is the audience is able to participate and add ingredients to that colorful, glorious wheel, and then Chef CV is all but forced to make whatever comes up from the Wheel of Misfortune. So you see these couple of special thumbnails that they've got that often feature different ingredients that have come up. And then in the latest video I saw this, it was almost like a review more than anything else, but she was using a sous vide. And that was interesting to see as well. I think I was driving during that stream. They are live every Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then they've got shorts on this channel as well. And this is usually clips from the longer form content, but getting into now 1,300, even 1,500 views. So it's interesting because this channel's been with us for a while now, and we've seen the day that this channel had one short video at 1,000 views, I believe, and then now there's many that have crossed over that 1,000. So I talk about it all the time lately, but the idea that we're happy to see channels continue to break their own barriers and raise the bar and hit new milestones. And then, yeah, no problems with live streaming. So that's interesting. Or no problems. First of all, they're live streaming, but secondly, having the cameras on for hours. I just wanted to know that, but it is great to know because, like I said, I'm like just window shopping right now. But it's good to get as much information as we can, so we're always making informed decisions if we are going to buy something. So, Cooking with the Munchie Mafia Official has a second channel called the Unofficial Official Off-Topic Squirrel. And this is where we get more of a behind-the-scenes look at Chef CV, the creator behind the channel we just looked at. She could be bowling, she could be giving us a story. They've got a new series here featuring some music. And hopefully everybody will check these out, especially when you're going over there to connect. They're perfect videos to connect with at just over 5 minutes. But there's shorts on this channel as well, and these are also climbing over 1,000 views, 1,200, 1,500 on one of these, which is great to see. And then live streams on the channel. These are usually live every first Saturday of every month. So my guess is that you're going live today. Am I right about that? Yeah, so Tim Mitchell's just mentioning it right now. Cards Against Humanity tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. So hopefully everybody will catch that. I'm just going to set Siri for a second here. All right, I just wanted to make sure I got that without setting everybody's Siri off. So the Unofficial Official Off-Topic Squirrel occasionally will do random live streams though as well. There's Chef CV just on the road on the way to work. And either way, the conversation can go just about anywhere. I've played Cards Against Humanity in real life a couple of times, and it's been just as fun as everybody knows it is. So hopefully everybody will connect with Tim Mitchell and Chef CV, and Lucy Grace as well. So thank you for the handful of gifted memberships. He gifted 5 memberships again and dropped an extra super chat, so I really do appreciate all that extra generous support. I know I say it a million times, absolutely unnecessary, but very much appreciated. The Stock Explorer is looking for a collaboration there. I can collaborate in something like that if I can be a spectator, but not a participant. No way. That requires physical activity, and it's far above my pay grade right now. So let's take a break, and we still got a couple channels to look at. We're going to get to spinning the wheel very soon, I'm sure. From Page to Screen is coming up next, the Feral Grandma right after that. And then Chocolate Drop 84 is in the house. Good to see you here. And yeah, Tim Mitchell, if you didn't hear me say it before, my most horrifying family fun night was playing Cards Against Humanity with both my underage niece and my mother at the table. It was quite a challenge. So let's take a break. We'll come back with, From Page to Screen. We'll just go for 3.5 minutes and come right back. And this is a true story, by the way, but just in case Tim Mitchell's still listening, when I played that game of Cards Against Humanity, I got the worst card. the one that I believe is the worst. And I promise you, I'm as skittish as I seem when it comes to that stuff. And yeah, that was challenging. The Geek Hangout. So this is from page to screen, and this is the first time we're looking at this channel. Now, I don't watch videos or subscribe while I live stream, but what I'm going to do is take your 26-minute video. I'm going to put this in my watch later list. What that will allow me to do is after the live stream today, I'll go through my watch later list and I'll watch that video in full. I'll leave a meaningful, genuine comment related to the content of that video. I'll give you a thumbs up, subscribe, and put the notification bell on as I do for all creators. That should make our connection stick, and then hopefully you have our notification bell on as well so you don't miss our further live streams. We are usually here every 3 days or so. We mix up the days and times so that we can meet different creators from around the world in different time zones. I was wondering about I see some of your thumbnails there for Star Wars, and I know somebody mentioned Star Wars in the chat earlier. I missed most of what goes on in the chat, but I did notice that for a second. I was just asking everybody, I'm like, are they ever going to do another movie? Or like, what's the story? And then a couple people have said that they might be working on it right now, so we'll see. And then, yes, Tim Mitchell, I keep forgetting to describe what on earth I'm talking about when I mention the catch-up list, but that's a playlist I use to keep caught up with creators, and it can be a great tool. Playlists can be a great tool for keeping up with your friends or making sure you don't miss some of the videos you want to see. And then my watch later list I use as well for brand new channels that I haven't seen yet. One of the things I noticed in the chat as well, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, so from page to screen was just talking about saying they often feel like it's just them on their channel. And it's interesting as well because there are a lot of channels that I have been inspired by as well to even start on YouTube. And I continue to watch a lot of these channels today. Some of the biggest channels that talk about the things we talk about. And what I'm going to mention is not a truth and exclusively true for each of the live streams and every person in them. But sometimes when you go to communities that are meant to be teaching everybody about YouTube and how to get farther with their channels, what you'll notice if you spend any time in the chat is people will be polite and they will talk to each other, but they don't necessarily connect and build friendships the way that we do here. This is one of the reasons why I was inspired to do what we're doing the way that we're doing it, knowing with my own history in marketing and social media and everything else that building friendships is going to be the key to everything we're doing. That's all we're doing here, is giving everybody a place where they can start a friendship with other creators. Some of those friendships, many of them, are going to go years into the future. Your friends are going to care the most and watch most of what you're going to continue to come up with. And then I know the Stock Explorer is trying to make me laugh. I'm going to get another couple of channels onto the wheel from our chat list, though, as well. Matthew's Bushcraft, I'll get on there right now. And I should have added some names to the wheel while we were on that break, which I have not done yet. Is Fanatic Guide still in the house? I'm not sure if they're still here. Martin Miller might be with us. And then I'll do another call out if I need to afterwards. We'll get Martin Miller on there right now. And the Feral Grandma is up here on the screen as we can see right this second. Oh, what on earth did I miss in the chat? I thought I missed something in the chat. Not everything works in all these StreamYard systems and things like that. For the life of me, I think Feral Grandma gifted memberships. Is that right? Or dropped a super chat? Forgive me because I missed it. And when things get like 15 minutes behind in the chat, because I'm always behind, then it's tough to go back if the Streamlabs system isn't catching everything and all that. So forgive me if I'm mistaken. The Feral Grandma, I do appreciate the extra generous support either way. When we look at what they're doing over here, this creator has over 200 subscribers right now. At 201, we'd like to push them a little bit farther so that we can keep that 200 locked in. It's never fun to hit a milestone and then dip back below it and have to try to get it again. when we look at what the Feral Grandma is doing, this is a channel I'm still getting to know, but they got quite a bit of information on their About section, as we can see. I see what looks like a lot of cooking videos. I'm unsure because I ran this video and haven't watched it yet. So let me grab another one to watch. I'm going to grab this one, the Butter Battle 2, and I'll put this in my catch-up list, and I'll make sure that I get a chance to watch that. When we look at this creator and what they're doing in shorts videos, they've gotten into 1,000 views on one of these, which is great to see. A bit of random content, more cooking, as we can see, and then live streams on the channel as well. So they just did a Happy New Year live stream, which is great to see, and they seem to be on fairly frequently, a couple of times a week if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully I'll catch you for one of these. I got notification bells on for every single channel, and thank you, Scratch and PPA, 5 gifted memberships. I thought so, but for whatever reason it doesn't catch, and I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Oh, it is actually, never mind, it's in the event list. So pardon me. When I'm looking in off into outer space over there, I'm looking on another screen, and this is what I have, the Streamlabs desktop system. It looks very much like OBS because it was built on OBS originally. But you'll notice what happens is there's a bit of a list here in the middle to show you all that kind of activity, if people subscribe or if people drop super chats and things like that. And the Feral Grandma's missing from this list. Why that is, I don't know, because they are in the event list underneath, and it says they gifted membership, so I don't know why I didn't notice that, but forgive me for that. And these are the glitches that can come up, and I do appreciate everybody's patience either way. And then, hopefully I'm not missing anybody in the chat. Hopefully everybody will connect with the Feral Grandma. Let's spin the wheel. And if it is in outer space, sometimes my mind might be out there. Fanatic Guide, this is one of the things that we have to be very careful about. Like, Fanatic Guide's been at this for years. They've been with us for, I think, 5 years by now. But one of the things we always have to be careful about is the promises that we're making to people when it comes to things like super chats and memberships. You'll notice that I'm overly cautious. And this is one of the reasons why I use 4 different chatbots as well. If one takes the day off, the other one can pick up, just in case we're, promising to drop links and things like that, like we do for our gold members, for instance. Everybody's understanding. A few glitches or mistakes people are gonna be okay with, but when we're promising things that people are paying for, then we have to be careful. So there's a lot that I'll do in trying to give extra value that I don't promise. That way, if it doesn't work out, nobody's on the hook. At the same time, hopefully, people like our members and things like that will feel the extra value. Like, I forget all the time to mention the idea that every time somebody drops a super chat or membership, a link is dropped automatically in the chat right away. Just in case it doesn't work, I don't mention it, but it works 99% of the time. But that's an extra bonus. So when somebody does that kind of thing, they'll see it and say, like, oh, wow, that was unexpected, but what a great thing. People can click that link, right? Same thing with the slides that you see at the bottom of the screen on the left and the right. Those are a combination of our members and moderators, but I don't promise it. I barely ever talk about it. It's just something they might notice, like, oh, look, my channel's on the screen again. And these are the kind of things I hope everybody takes inspiration from. By all means, any idea that I have, you're welcome to copy and steal and whatever we want to call it, because I want everybody to use these kinds of ideas if they're going to help you. The best idea is to find things other people are doing, make those ideas yours by adding to them or combining ideas, and then we can all learn from each other. I didn't design the screen in Superchat. I took inspiration from some of our friends, like Commander Vlogs, had a setup very much like mine before I did mine. And it was when I switched to OBS from StreamYard that I started to do this kind of thing. So these are just ideas again. And then I am Betty J. Gathers in Florida is experiencing some rain. Much too cold for that here in Niagara Falls, Canada. It is cold. It was -5 Celsius today. What we're looking at right now is Scratch and Pete PA And when we talk about this creator, I reference them or refer to them as a shining jewel in the Tuberchat family. And the reason why I say that is not because we want to play favorites, but I think everybody here that's ever seen Scratch and Pete PA, especially on your own channels, will have to agree. He's one of the most supportive creators on all of YouTube that I've come across in my 8 years. And Scratch and PPA literally has been there for everything I've done ever since connecting with me, now 5.5 years ago. And I don't have a choice but to look at the sky and, thank God and wonder how on earth we could be so blessed to have people like this that are willing to support us so much, because we couldn't have predicted it. Right? When we think about starting our YouTube channels, we don't think about the people who are going to be there day after day, week after week, year after year, to support us in so many different ways, more than what we ask for, right? Scratch and PPA is an interesting scenario as well. He puts a video out every week, but just one. Once in a while, he does something different. Right now, he's got a series of shorts that have been dropped from a recent trip he took to Italy, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But typically what happens on Scratch and Pete PA is he'll drop a video every Tuesday at 12:15 Eastern. And these videos are almost always premiered. And here's the thing. When you think about Pete coming into Tuberchat live streams, he's usually here. He's here almost every single stream and has been for 5 years now, 5.5 years. And for the entirety of the stream, for which I will be eternally grateful. But he only puts out one video a week, or the shorts that he's dropping right now are a rare exception. But he does it anyway. It's impossible to repay the favors that Scratch and PPA has done for me and for us. Impossible. He knows that and has done it anyway. And that is something that speaks to the generosity that I talk about all the time, beyond what I mean when I talk about it. And I find that inspiring myself. So I hope everybody will connect with Scratch and PPA and all of our moderators. They are all dear friends of mine and dear friends of each other. They all have different channels and they all do different things, but they all have an overwhelming sense of generosity on their minds, at the forefront of their minds. So for that reason, when you visit any of their channels, you'll be welcome to meet more friends and family members for your own channels in their premieres and live streams. And I know almost everybody here allows and encourages that, but it absolutely is the truth. All of our moderators here have been with me for years. We don't have very many. You usually see about 10 coming in and out of the streams if you're here, once a week or a couple times a week. But you will also see about another 10 coming in occasionally who've been with us from the beginning, or even longer than that. All right. And then Scratch and PPA, like I said, premieres these videos. Now, I noticed something because I saw this, actually, it came up recommended, so I was able to set the notification early. But there's something different happening on the next premiere, which is going to be on Tuesday, a few days from now. Pete usually has his premieres ready to go on Saturday so that we can set the notifications, and it has a few days to percolate in the system or the algorithm or the recommendation engine, if we want to call it that, before it drops on Tuesday. But there's something different you'll notice in the thumbnail here. So I hope everybody will check that out and have a good look. I'm excited to see what's coming up. But what he typically does is pits 2 lottery tickets against each other, and then gives us the opportunity to vote on the content of next week's video if we follow him on Instagram, X, or Facebook, which of course I do. It sets a series apart, makes it unique and a lot of fun to be a part of. If you can catch us for one of these premieres, you're going to find one of the fastest rolling chats in the Tuberchat family. Faster than what we have here. Faster than even the fastest it's been today. And that's every Tuesday for Pete. Pardon me. And then that is very fast-paced and high energy and a lot of fun to be a part of as well. Presentation has always been at the forefront of his mind. His bright, beautiful avatar has changed over the last couple of weeks. He'll likely put that back shortly. But it matches the colorful content featuring, colorful look of his thumbnails that feature the content of the lottery tickets that he talks about here, as we would expect. But there's also a hint on his thumbnails about the giveaways that happen during his Scratch Challenge series of videos. So there's that to look forward to as well. And then his video editing skills have been complimented ever since his very first production. But when you think about the way that lottery tickets work, not every lottery ticket has the same rules. So he has to change his videos based on the different gameplay and the technicals, if we want to put it that way. Shorts, I mentioned for a second here. He's got a series right now of Italian lottery tickets that were literally brought back from Italy when he took a trip this year. The second that I know of, because he was in Italy a couple years ago, and he started a series with some other lottery ticket shorts, as well as vlogging style shorts that give us a look around all the different areas he visited. So I hope everybody will check all of these out. He does really well with playlists, so you'll be able to catch all of them. And he brought us his very first live stream a couple years ago from that trip to Italy as well. So I hope everybody will check that out. I was lucky enough to be in the chat at the time. I know a lot of us are hoping for more, but more so, we're happy to see that Scratch and PPA has expanded the content on his channel. He's now working on 2,600 subscribers, and this fellow Canadian is monetized. So there's lots of ways to support him when we get over there, including super chats and memberships. Let's spin the wheel and we'll see who's coming up next. I got to do a better job of adding names to the wheel, but I'll do that in another moment. Martin Miller is coming up. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We'll take another break for 3.5 minutes. We'll come right back. right, we're just about back. Forgive me for anything I missed in the chat. I'm going to try to race through the next half hour and roll through as many channels as I can. So we'll consider this the speed round of Tuber Chat for today. Martin Miller is up on the screen. I thought we had this channel up before, but I might be mistaken about that. It looks like I've got one video that I've watched a while back, but it's been a while since we've had them up. I got nervous about this thumbnail, but it's not what I thought. I'm just going to grab the latest video. I'm going to put this into my catch-up list. That'll give me another piece of content to watch. This creator's got a little bit of information. They're from Arkansas. We can read the rest when we're over there. Shorts on this channel have gotten into 1,000 views, 1,100, 1,400. Quite a bit of Suno music here, which is interesting to see. Lots of creators are using that system to make theme songs for their channels or other music. And then I see they've done a couple of live streams as well. So they're at 25 subscribers right now. We'd love to push them a little bit farther towards their first 100. We know it's an important, an exciting milestone in everybody's YouTube journey. And Angel Light Over Darkness is a creator who's actually been with me for about 6 years, if I remember right. Probably longer than that by now, since before Tuber Chat was even a thought. For anybody that's brand new today in our chat and here for the first time, hopefully you're feeling welcome. We have a lot of dynamic creators here. Everybody will be willing to connect, so please don't be shy. You can reach out to anybody you'd like to in the chat, and if you take your time, meet people one by one and follow the instructions that you'll find in our video description. You'll find yourself with some new friends and family members for your channel in no time if that's what you would like. Just looking through this, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find Angel Light Over Darkness, her channel. We all change our banners and avatars over time. Most people do. But Angel Light Over Darkness would have been featured likely in the first episodes of Tuber Chat. She has been with me since before this channel was even a thought, if you can imagine that. And that's what inspired this channel in the first place. There's plenty of other growth streams out there already, but the idea was we could do one where the focus would be on friendships, because when I met a few of these creators, Angel Light Over Darkness and some of her friends, basically what happened is they said, hey, come with us, we'll help you grow your channel. We all introduce everybody to each other, everybody watches each other's videos, it's really cool. And I was like, wow, I can't believe that this is something that actually exists, people helping each other instead of competing with each other. And I was amazed. And some of these creators are still with us today. You see this, Angel Light Over Darkness. Thank you for keeping that membership going, by the way. She is working on 4,000 subscribers. No surprise. And to this day, she has a one-of-a-kind channel in the Tuber Chat family. What she does is reads angel numbers. If you haven't already seen what that is, I hope you'll visit her channel. She's got plenty of videos to see. Shorts over here bring a little bit of random content and inspiration and spiritual inspiration from this creator, getting it to 4,500 and 5,500 views. And then the magic really happens in the live streams here. So we missed her birthday last week, so happy week after your birthday. Forgive me for missing that. I don't remember the last time I was on a stream. I thought it was not too long ago, but probably longer than I think. She's usually on at least once a week. I think a couple of times a week, maybe even more often sometimes. What she does is angel readings, and you'll be included when you enter the live stream. This can give you some basically idea of what's been going on in your life, what might be happening right now, a little bit of insight, let's say, and then what might be to come as well. So hopefully everybody will connect with Angel Light Over Darkness. Obviously another generous, loyal, and dedicated supporter. Like I said, she's been with us from the beginning, for which I'm grateful. The reason why I mention that all the time, I can't remember how long every single person has been in the Tuber Chat family, but even the Stock Explorer has been with us beyond 5 years now. It's more like 5.5 years. I mention it so that everybody here can understand that you have people that are willing, whether I mention them or not, whether they're here or not today, they're willing to support you years into the future. You just haven't met them yet. And if you're willing to do that for other people, you'll find this kind of support coming back to you. I promise you, you hear it in the stories that I tell. Prophetic readings, if I'm saying the word correctly, Angel Light Over Darkness. I'm going to try to remember to say it that way, as in the word prophet. Am I right? Prophetic readings. I could be mistaken. And then just please correct me if I'm getting that incorrect. The Stock Explorer is up on the screen right now. If you'd like to swap playlists with anybody in the chat, please just simply say, I am willing to swap playlists. Other creators should reach out to you, and if you see somebody say that and you're willing, please reach out to them. Everybody is free to make those arrangements independently and individually, of course. The Stock Explorer always has plenty to say on their channel. They do a ton of live streaming. They have really evolved over the years and expanded their content. So basically what they started with was talking about the stock market with a little bit of crypto. And they often have charts and graphs to show us. They often talk about individual stocks and companies. I've seen them go as far as to invest in a stock and then order a product from the company and then unbox that product on a live stream. And I thought that was a cool idea. You'll see that on the channel. A couple of years ago, they started to add lottery ticket scratching in. It could be 3 years ago, maybe longer by now. I lost track of how long ago that started. And they've got a series on the channel right now. They post sporadically here in videos. They do a ton of live streaming though. But what they're doing in the latest series is Scratching with Strangers, where they literally meet people for the first time, scratch lottery tickets with them, listen to interesting stories about the people that they're meeting while they film those videos and scratch the lottery tickets. Now, the Stock Explorer as well has got shorts on the channel, and these feature more random content. This is what a lot of people are doing. This is where random content can help just about anybody. You have to make the right decision for your channel, but if you are posting variety as it is, then this can help even more, I think. So 3,200, 4,800, 16,000 views. This Coke machine short still gets views for them, actually. We've seen it trickle up over the years. When we look at live streams on the channel, Nora might be giving us a chance to get to know them. They might be doing some fitness. They might be talking stocks and crypto. They might have a StreamYard panel with guests. They might do some lottery ticket scratch battling with other creators, and I've joined them on their channel. We talked once for a couple of hours about YouTube, our friendship, and all the aspects of our YouTube journey as well. The Stock Explorer has a second channel called Tropical Buzz, and this is where they seek to educate us about plant life, some of which is already there, some of which they're going to grow themselves. They got plenty of videos and shorts for us to get started with over here, and they happen to be in Florida, so they're able to grow all the time. 300 subscribers right now, 305 as a matter of fact, and we'd love to push them a little bit farther towards the 400 we know they're going to be thinking about. And again, that's Nora from the Stock Explorer. And then Grace and Fire, good to see you in the house. Thank you for coming in. They were on with Rambling with the Brooms yesterday on his travel channel. He was doing one of those simulcasts with 2 live streams at the same time. If you haven't already given a thumbs up for today's live stream, I hope you will. They really do help. I hope everybody's always giving each other that thumbs up when you're out supporting each other. If you're on a phone, I know you have to turn the chat off to get that done, but you don't lose your place. It only takes a moment. I will appreciate it greatly. Even I have to be reminded to give that thumbs up from time to time, especially when I'm on a phone. And then it's me, Alec. I've got you on the wheel. I'll talk about a couple of your channels when I get you up. I don't know how many channels he's got. And then it's me, Alec. He has more than one membership on this channel, and I know some of them are gifted, but for yourself, only one at the most. It's never necessary at all, but for anybody with more than one channel, please don't do any more than that. The reason why I say that is because as much as I appreciate things like super chats and memberships, it really is not necessary here. And I understand how people share the love and mix, those memberships and things around. So I'd just be just as happy for you to do it on somebody else's channel, let's just say. Although, like I said, I know they're gifted in 14 channels. Says it's me, Alec, my goodness. And then just Jason Keto's up on the screen right now. You'll notice a couple of different things here. So Jason's Keto Creations on the banner. I don't know if that means a name change is coming. I'm just grasping at straws there, but that's an interesting idea. And we know that Just Jason Keto brings a lot of recipes on his channel. And we see a brand new avatar, which is great to see. And it looks like actually his intention is more recipes just from the avatar. So we'll see. And he's got a little bit of information on the about section to give you an introduction to the channel. I mentioned the recipes. He's very known for these chaffles, but he's got tons of other recipes as well. He gave us a wrap-up video for the year to thank his community and talk about what's next. He did a different kind of holiday series to participating in a Vlogmas style idea. So the Wheel of Regret. The colorful wheel gets different names on different channels. And then pardon me, Just Jason Keto brings us other recipes and product reviews that can help us understand the ingredients and the things we're going to consume when we think about a keto-based diet or lifestyle. What I like about Jason's recipes and have from the beginning, because he's been with us for several years, I think, as well now, is that he only features a few ingredients. We probably have most or all of the stuff in the house already, and they're easy to make, easy to follow, and don't take a lot of time, which is really cool, because as much as I wish I enjoyed the time in the kitchen, I just don't as much as I wish. So he also does traditional product reviews. The barbecue does really well for him. He revisits that every year. He's got other things like the Dash Minis he makes the chaffles with, an air fryer. Those are typical types of product reviews. He's got lots of guests that join him on his channel as well, and they share their experiences, their trials, their tribulations when it comes to their keto-based diet or lifestyle. He'll bring us a tiny amount of random content. Like if he is taking a trip to another city or something like that, maybe he'll go to a place like Keto Palooza and get informative content from a place like that. He's actually got a second channel now for me to show everybody. Got a couple of lottery tickets here in the shorts. He's mixing up the content on these, but healthy looking grilling shorts have done really well for him at 6,000, 6,300 on a couple of these. I think the barbecue's going to take the second position here. And then one that I've seen at 22,000 views, and I promise you that this is entertaining as well as informative. And then live streams on the channel as well. And Jason's live every Thursday at 7:30 Eastern. I'm sure he's going to be live this week. We'll see if he's got that intention right now. Usually it's Jason himself giving us a chance for Q&A, and he's got a vibrant community that will help with questions and comments when we have them in the chat. We talk about keto over there. We talk about the YouTube journey. Once in a while he mixes things up. So for the second time he's brought us to Homestead Hangout. It's actually a catch-up after about a year with a few other fellow YouTube channel creators, and then he's got guests on his live streams as well. We've seen a few creators over there, and then once in a while he'll do something like a cook-along live stream. Those are usually a surprise. He's always thinking about ways to engage the audience and take things to the next level, let's just say. And then yes, Wheel of Unknowing, I remember, is Fanatic Guide's claim to fame for the spinning wheel. And then this wheel, by the way, is from a website called wheelofnames.com. I'll never remember where I saw it first, but tons of other creators are using this thing. And it's become even more popular since I started with that many years ago. And then let's look at It's Just Jason. And we'll see what he's got going on his second channel here. I've got the wrong one here. Let me use the handle and I'll get to it properly. It's Just Jason is where he's going to be able to put any of the content that doesn't fit on a channel that's talking about a proper human diet or keto-based diet or lifestyle. So he's got some travel footage here, some outdoor footage. This fellow Canadian is only a couple hours away from me. I've met up with him in real life a few times, and he can bring us all 4 seasons, and he'll likely bring us more travel content. We'll see what else he's got on top. And then let's spin the wheel and we'll see who's coming up next. If I've missed anything in the chat that anybody's meant for me to see, like a question or a comment, just please mention it again with 3 thumbs up or @mention Tuberchat Connect and Grow. That should help me see it a little bit easier. I'll keep my eyes open and hopefully catch it the next time around. I am Betty J. Gathers is here. She's another dear friend, somebody I've talked to several times outside, but she's been a beloved and dedicated moderator here. And I Am Betty J Gathers gives us a real look into her life, essentially living her best life over 60. What this creator's brought to us more than anything else is a lot of vlogging that brings us into her home. She takes us out on the road. She gives us a look at all the different things that she's been involved with. She's always smiling, always laughing, always inspiring, motivating as well. Shorts on this channel are interesting because she has been known to post like 365 shorts in a row. She continues today to post shorts frequently, and many of the shorts that she's put on her channel feature just herself, getting up to 10,000 views. Even beyond now, and she's got plenty of other shorts that have now gotten into 36,000, 40,000, 56,000, and she's literally, her channel is like really moving now. She already got to her 3,000, which was expected anyway, but it's really moving towards 4,000 already. She's almost at 3,800. And then she's monetized. Lots of ways to support her, including super chats and memberships when we get there. She has collaborated with a lot of other creators. You'll recognize some of the avatars and faces that you see in her thumbnails here. Crystal Sparkle, who was here earlier, inspired her to do a whole series of interviews, and I was a part of that. We talked for about an hour and a half about our friendship and our thoughts about YouTube and moderators, and told some stories and things like that as well. Thank you everybody for the kind words in the chat. I hope everybody's enjoying episode 900. It's quite an accomplishment, of course. I'm glad that we've been able to do this. There's no intention of stopping anytime soon. We expect that episode 1000 will come this year. I'm guessing Halloween. Just because we usually are here every 3 days or so. If we count it out, it should be about 10 months from now. But we'll see. And we'll see what we're going to do after that. If we'll continue the way we are or change things up. I'm really unsure right now. We'll see what everybody has to say. And then when we look at its chocolate drop, we see another longtime friend. If you have the ability to share this stream, whether it's on a community tab, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, or on any other social network, I'll appreciate it greatly. It helps get a few more people into Tuber Chat right now and could see this stream pushed out a little bit farther both today and in the coming days and maybe even weeks ahead as a replay because of the engagement signals sent into the YouTube algorithm when you share. And then we're going to be on time today, so I'm going to race through the next few channels. I'm just going to put this link up on the top of the chat. It's a special link there for our copyright-free music channel. If anybody hasn't already seen that, all the same music that you hear here is available as copyright-free music. We got a separate channel. We're going to do a 1-hour live stream starting in 10 minutes. And we got a video game that goes along with a virtual nightclub. So there's music playing. Everybody can connect in the chat. We can have some fun with little characters on the screen and attack each other and things like that. And that'll be great. And then an hour from then, we will start a 24-hour virtual live stream in vertical format as something new. We'll give that an experiment for a while and see how everybody enjoys that. Should drive some new subscribers and hopefully some more activity, so we'll see. And thank you again for the kind wishes, everybody, the congratulations. I hope everybody will connect with our moderators. I wouldn't have been able to do what we've done up until now if it wasn't for their help. I'm sure everybody can imagine that, but it's quite an accomplishment for all of us to be a part of something that gets to 900 live streams, my dear goodness, with an intention of going to at least 1,000 and probably far beyond. And then it's Chocolate Drop up on the screen right now. Like I mentioned, is a longtime friend. This creator's always smiling and laughing as well. She is bringing a lot of tours of grocery stores along with the hauls that come with those. So she might bring us to CVS or TJ Maxx or places like that. She brings us into her home. She's got quite a few plants there. I know a lot of people are fans of large plantuaries like what she's got going. She took a cruise not too long ago, so a chance to meet some other YouTubers and things like that. Shorts on the channel can be random here, but she's done really well with a couple of these. One of the newest ones, look at that, at 20,000 views, my dear goodness. And then let me look at the popular tab, because she's got a special story about another one that she dropped not too long ago. This one's at almost 280,000 views, so she's really doing well with shorts lately. I hope everybody will watch this one and see what she did, even though she did it perfectly, in my opinion. And I think the thumbnail is what makes it, along with the title. You can see how easy it can be to make a short that can just pop. Not that it's easy, but you know what I mean. And then shorts are, live streams on this channel. She's live frequently, usually in the kitchen, not always. I see this one was a little bit different. And I've seen her cooking up a storm. She's usually got people in the background coming in, but she's always, like I said, smiling and laughing. And these live streams can go on for hours, so the conversation can go anywhere once it gets started. Trish the Natural, good to see you here. Thank you for coming in. Matthew's Bushcraft is coming up. I'm going to fire through these as fast as I can. He's part of the Big Family Expedition channel, and Matthew's Bushcraft teaches us survival skills that people of all ages can learn. Now, I said I wanted to watch this 5 knots video. I haven't watched it. I ran it today, but I haven't watched it. So I'm going to make sure that that stays in my catch-up playlist that I keep talking about. When you dig through this channel, you start to get an idea of all the outdoor footage and things that Matthew's Bushcraft is going to teach us, along with the adventures that they go on as well. Matthew's Bushcraft has got shorts over here. These have gotten into 2,000 views now, well beyond 2,200, 2,800 views. A DIY lantern is a good idea as well. I know what it's like to be camping in a tent and be struggling for light of any kind. You go through batteries like crazy with a flashlight and this and that. So we'll see what Matthew's Bushcraft has to say, and I hope everybody will check out Big Family Expedition as well. We see that Matthew himself is working towards 300 subscribers. And then let's spin the wheel and we'll get another channel up onto the screen. It's Me Alec has, I think he said 14 channels. So we'll just look at a couple of them right now. It's Me Alec has been a friend for years also. And let me see how I can find this creator by searching. It's Me Alec. Like I said, plenty of channels here, plenty of different mixes of subscribers. Some of these have more than others, and we see that a couple of these, one of the newer ones he's working on has gotten into 53 subscribers right now. We'd love to get one of these over 100. I think he has one, but I'm unsure without looking at them right now. And then It's Me Alec brings pure variety on the channels. That can be in videos, it can be in shorts as well, it can be in live streams, but lots of StreamYard panels with friends as well. So conversation can go anywhere once they get started. And It's Me Alec's been a generous, loyal, and dedicated supporter for as long as I can remember, several years with us. And then Rambling with the Brooms likes trailer or hotel only. I fully understand. I did a lot of camping. It was really my family with a trailer, but I just had my own tent. We did that until I was into my teenage years, and then I started to not want to go as much. And then Create and Relate is up on the screen right now. This is another creator who brings a lot of creativity on their channel. They're making all kinds of different crafty things, and they've got a lot of tools that they review as well to give us a look at how we can make some of the things that they're making. They've got a Cricut machine here that could be used for merchandise. They've got cameras, they've got microphones, they've got lighting on the channel and other things that can help us with our YouTube journey. I'm just going to grab one of their latest videos, put that in my catch-up list right now. That's that playlist I use to keep or get caught up with creators. They got shorts over here at 1,400, 1,600 views on a couple of these, and then live streams as well. Up to many months ago, they were doing a bunch of these with diamond painting. They did one for Halloween. We're going to see if they're going to bring these back. We got notification bells on for every single channel, so if they do drop another live stream, we'll be ready for it. And then Purple Tube is coming up in a quick second. And Lori's Mini World, I'm just going to get your channel onto the wheel for a second. I'm going to have to cut it off now, I think. But we'll get through a few more channels. Purple Tube will put up. I spun by accident, but we'll see what happens. Purple Tube's been another friend of many years. I think she's been with us about 5 years as well. Now, she's been around sporadically, but it's interesting to know that you can make friends on YouTube that will still be supporting as much as they can years into the future. She gives a lot of help with her YouTube journey, and she brings us a lot of outdoor footage on her channel as well. I see a few different things here, and one of the latest videos was just put up a week ago, so I'm going to put that in my catch-up list. That'll give me a chance to catch up a little bit. Plenty of shorts here. I don't think I've seen many of these, but they've gotten into 34,000 views, one at 322,000 views, which is great to see. And then live streams on the channel as well. And Purple Tube can be known to bring all kinds of variety into these live streams, but like I said, she's been on YouTube all this time and is willing to help people with their YouTube journey as well when we're over there. I see that Jessie Journals and Unboxes is the next channel we're going to look at. She's another beloved and dedicated moderator here, and we'll see what she has got going on, including her video series. They come out every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. She, over the years, has unboxed just about everything that you can. She gets into things lately like crafting supplies more than anything else, hence the journaling. She does a lot of collages and shows us the things she makes with washi tape and the other creative things that she unboxes. But she's gotten into snacks and jewelry in the past and books and all kinds of different things, and then she features those in the shorts on the channel as well. And you get an idea of some of these, especially when we get into the more popular ones. Some of the newest shorts are getting the highest views lately, which is great to see that they're growing. And then, like I said, they're stationary here, crafting supplies, snacks, jewelry, and bath and beauty products. And then live streams are sporadic over here, but Jessie Journals and Unboxes is the kind of creator who's so supportive to other people. She can go live whenever she wants, and she'll have a flood of support in her chat. Very fast-paced and high-energy live stream. And Lori's Mini World is coming up. This is Lori's Tech Time. She's actually got a few channels as well, so we'll have a look at what she's been doing lately. Many people are into these mini brands. I know my sister is into a lot of these. She makes a lot of creative things as well, and this has just exploded. But Lori started a channel just for mini brands a while ago, so Lori's Mini World, hopefully everybody will connect with. We see she's on her way towards 1,000 subscribers over here, which is great to see. Not her first time, as you'll see from her at least one of her other channels, but we get an idea that she's posting fairly frequently, at least a couple of videos a month on average. Shorts over here feature some of the things she finds in the unboxing videos, as we would expect, like we saw from Jessie Journals and Unboxes, even though it's different content. 11,000, 19,000, 30,000 views on a couple of these. And then if we look at Lori's Tech Time, we see this creator who's also been with us for maybe 5 years now, 4 for sure, but I think it's 5. And she's over 2,000 subscribers on this channel. She's bringing different content over here, but I see she's got some outdoor footage, which is interesting and different for her. And then Lori's Tech Time brings a lot of video gameplay as well. Shorts on this channel have gotten into 19,000, 20,000 views. She also posts, I believe, on TikTok and on Instagram, where she uses a lot of trendy filters and things like that and participates in a lot of the trendy things that people are doing. But her content comes up for me all the time. And then live streams on the channel as well. Up to a couple years ago, she's had a group of people, actually. She, I think, inspired a group of people around here to be playing Among Us together, and she plays other video games on the channel. And then thank you, everybody, for the time that you spent today. I really do appreciate every moment everybody can be here. I can't commend our moderators nearly enough. I hope everybody will connect with them. I know we've got a lot of generous, loyal, and dedicated friends here who are willing to allow people to connect in their channels and streams as well. And I hope everybody will connect with each other. We're going to get another hour right now on our copyright-free music channel to continue connecting for another hour. and I hope everybody will join us for that. Hopefully the thing fires up on its own right this second, but we'll see in a moment. I'll fix it if I need to. Vintage Style by Joe is up here, and this is another creator who is a dynamic host. She does a great job of keeping up with the chat while she live streams, while she's creating different things or showing us the things that she's creating. I've seen her work with scraps of materials and fabrics and make all kinds of beautiful things. She gets into quilting and other types of pillows. She made a lot of Christmas, what did she call them? Were they mug rugs, I think was the name of it. She makes all kinds of different things. Gift tags here. I've seen her make special bags for gifts as well. So all kinds of vibrant and colorful things. And she describes the process and the patterns. Then she's got shorts over here into 2,200, 2,600, 3,000 views. And then live streams, like I said. She does a great job of keeping up with the chat. I was lucky enough to catch her yesterday. So forgive me, I know I've been racing through the last few channels. We always try to get to as many as we can. We'll be back likely on Tuesday. I think the stream is already set. So thank you everybody for the time that you spent. I'll see you over in the music channel, but we will let this run for 3.5 more minutes. And then I'll cut it off. Thanks everyone. Bye-bye.
Are you out there grinding, day by day, creating your content, trying to find your way? You're dreaming big, but it's hard to stand. You need a crew who understands the plan. From your first of thousands up to the watch time grind, there's a place where creators come to shine. Join the wave, the movement, the vibe. With Superchat, it's your time to thrive.
Are you a small YouTuber looking to connect? Superchat's got your back, come get respect. Grow your channel, get your content seen, with loyalty, badges, and perks so clean. Custom emojis, link drops to get featured and join the crew. Superchat is where you belong. Together we rise, together we're strong.
The first 4,000 hours to the rising stars. Superchat takes you far beyond the bars. No more struggling on your own. With the fam around, you're never alone. Exclusive perks for those who believe in the power of connection and what you can achieve. Your channel's your vision, we're here to help it grow. Join Superchat, get in the flow.
Are you a small YouTuber looking to connect? Superchat's got your back, come get respect. Grow your channel, get your content seen, with loyalty, badges, and perks so clean. Custom emojis, link drops to get featured and join the crew. Superchat is where you belong. Together we rise, together we're strong.
You've got the passion, you've got the drive. With Superchat, your channel will thrive. So hit subscribe, join the team. Let's build each other up, live the dream.
Are you a small YouTuber looking to connect? Superchat's got your back, come get respect. Grow your channel, get your content seen, with loyalty, badges, and perks so clean. Custom emojis, link drops to get featured and join the crew. Superchat is where you belong. Together we rise, together we're strong.
So join the ride, it's time to shine. With Superchat, success you'll find. Let's grow together, it's what we do. The future's bright when we rise with you.